coming out from the hive. Kind of flawless, not gonna lie. Textbook Dota being played right here as both two teams are going to be moving virtually horizontally on the map, right? With their smokes one way or the other, they will meet up at the power runes, which will not spawn for the next 25 minutes, 25 seconds, that is. Turnaround play, and leading by Costa. Out goes the Dream Coil along with the Eclipse, but with the Winter Wyvern ultimate, they do attempt to survive it. As the attempt is good, self-hate. So we're looking to cut off the Luna. Doom Dang Bloom, the Kez. Will absolutely be able to take the triple kill all for themselves.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yes, Hive's games were extremely stompy versus VP Prodigy.
Dire's middle tower
No
has
question.
fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bit of a push for a grab back to Vampire. Friendly reminder, we're still in game number 1, but since we still have the Aegis for the rest of this minute, could this be the window Bolo have been waiting for? Actually start making something happen on this map. Oh, I really doubt it that they want to commit. I think they've been planned so far.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
On the top lane we go, self-hate.
Dire's top tower
The
has
catch onto the
fallen.
tier 2 up top, which will be the last tier 2 tower in the game. On the Dire side of the map. No objective has been picked up ever since that bottom tier 1 safe lane has fallen by the Baloo team. And in this case, we can see a macro gameplay failure immediately within the Dire lineup. They are going to try and do a bit of pressure on the bottom lane, which is more of a contingency plan than anything else. Because as you can tell, anything the Hive find currently will just rip to shreds. So literally just bury people and things and the whole enemy team.
Bounty.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Costa might be confused by our Southeast Asian colleague Kojda. Self-fade, another good find. This time onto the Lich.
Compliments of the Khazarah.
Kamu out of the play as Kyoet. Good steal into the Shrine of Wisdom at minute 28. During it with the Menaeg on the other side, but it'll cost you. Numbers advantage on the Hive side. And they get to the high ground now. Without sacrificing anything, that is.
Radiant's top tower
30 minutes
is under
into play
attack.
and a 15k
Dire's
net worth lead.
structures are fortified.
It did go up to 15k for a second there, didn't it? Oh no, hovering around 14,000. Never mind. So they would finish Shiva's Guard at minute 30, along with a blink and a BKB. Inkor next for this
Radiant's
Dominator.
courier has been killed.
And Kyoet gets Self-Fate's courier. And the rare question is, how do they catch the Luna? Lunatic to actually make it there. Even with the scurry. No way they can make it up there.
Double trouble.
Silenced up. Still, will be congratulatable. Actually, you have the butterfly plus the dragon lance all in your pocket.
Radiant are scanning.
The Dark Ascension wants more Chipicao. That'll be a little bit of trouble, but the Winter Wyvern goes down first. Very same time, these exchanges are not that unsloppy. The Winter Wyvern looks to come back. There's a Winter's Curse to be had, especially in this heat wave. A little bit of chilling down would definitely be welcome, as with the Doom, 53 seconds without the Night Stalker. QD will try and make a turnaround happen, but even though he has the Doom on the Rubik, he's gonna be blown up, and it's gonna be an easy clean up crew from the Hive. 34-5 at 32 minutes in. They took their sweet time getting another numbers advantage, but Hive will be cleaning house in at least 2 lanes without contest. For the search round, Hotoke with the wise move. Once again, I'm not gonna lie, Petrify along with Desecrate. Two of the best spells the Doom could have gotten.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
These Satyrs are there willy-nilly if you can solve their puzzle. Outlet looking for the Hurricane Pike. Get the lead out and self-hate. Done with the Anim Scepter, done with the Dezo, done with the Manta, and is moving over. More than likely the MKB before the courier actually killed it. Post after that will be the Black King Bar.
For the dead.
The Hive cooking Balu team alive. As the win probability graph now absolutely sides with our assessment. The Radiant draft just being a little bit better. Despite the puck being countered on lane, and dying a few times. Typical. With the bushwhack fine. Good attempt with the telekinesis break, but Costa moves on forward. They'll find with Hotoke the Lich, but as Kyoet comes around with the Eclipse, is it going to be enough? Guaranteed keys. Kills. 3 targets in general as Kyoet, along with the Maneg, are not going to be frozen, but they will be bushwhacked. Nexus Vampire finds the angle. Double BKB will be committed by the Luna. And of course the Night Stalker. Hotoke keeping the contact. Will eventually take out the Luna, but it will be at the cost of his life. As Costa contentioning with the 2v1. But is he greedy enough? Is he skilled enough to actually pick up?
Radiant's top tower is under
We're still
attack.
back. Fuse. At the end of the day, though, yeah, with only 2 remaining alive, I don't think Hive want to push the agenda in either form. Actually, neither team really wants to overextend with 3 and 3 dead. Especially with the Rubik actually being a dieback, of all things. As far as the fight recap can tell.
Scanning.
Sense.
46 kills in 35 minutes, and the game is rearing its close, ugly head. All team. They have to go through the tier 1 line, let alone the tier 2 line, so they themselves cannot really be possessing any more outposts when they have on their own side. And as Roshan will scream soon enough, inevitably, I do wonder how fast Bolo team can react. Rosh has roared.
Radiant are scanning.
Going good. Constant farm.
Dire are scanning. Radiant structures are fortified.
Push on the Radiant side. Try to push with the creeps as much as possible, but Frost Shield does protect the life. At the very same time, the Glacier taken out of commission as I do believe that was phase shift overall, stolen by Costa. Well, stolen from Costa. Double damage rune will be blessing the high side. Let's see how much longer Selfie can stand on this high ground. He still has Aegis, mind you. Picao immediately destroyed. Let's see the Eclipse turn. The attempt is there, but Costa is not. Dive on forward, looking for the turnaround. Dominague is gone for 72 seconds, along with Chipicao for a minute. And I must say, with these buybacks gone, this seems massively checked and mated from the Hive side. It has been this one-sided for the past 10 minutes, but with the Luna dying as well, that should be the GG here. Despite the Chain Frost, despite the residual damage, Hive could go for the jugular. The secure but slower approach and get the mega creeps, but instead, they'd rather just dive. Dominic calls the GG as 43-8. Our first game will end with 37 minutes, but legit 51 kills on the board. The Hive, for the first time ever in Season 38 of European Pro League, will win a match. Yeah, with that, ladies and gentlemen, as we are back onto the score screen, we're going to move over to a little bit of a break, as of course Hive, having proven that they can actually start just dominating in general in their first win throughout European Pro League Season 38. We shall see if they can come back even stronger in game number 2 right after this break.
Let me in this mess I'm falling.
in Dota, it is the musical instrument playing heroes that will be getting the W's here. Well, I mean, some people use their weapons as musical instruments in the game, but legit Largo is literally playing some kind of, I don't even know how to put this instrument into words. A centaur, double string. I do believe someone actually assessed what the instrument itself is, but I'm musically inclined, so I'm going to deny any kind of statement about that in general. But tier 2 line, definitely broken this time. It's cost itself and Perfect..Sh. Look to lay claim on the triangle itself. Delay the game until Selfie gets his Aghanim BKB Desolator and of course his own defensive Trinket Sphere, while Costa is playing Suicidal Storm Spirit. Still 0 kills on the Storm, FYI. But it looks like 5 are playing for keeps. So the least fun Corn on his team. Once you move over to a Witchblade, now that feels a little bit more comfortable, dodging out with the Manta Styles. And of course, the Trinket Sphere protecting him. I might say it feels a little bit weird that he does not have a BKB, but there's literally 3 BKB piercing stuns on the Balu side. The Trinket Sphere kind of pays for itself for him, that is. Although for the Kez, you do need a little bit more of a Blink Dagger for the Escape or Excess Vampire to be your personal bodyguard.
Radiant are scanning.
Literally, Excess Vampire is his only job in this game, for its self-hate, is to get down Mr. President Disruption plays. He's executing them well. Can Hive secure this 2-0 as they finally get back into equalization at minute 37.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
5-man smoke up. Coming out from the Balu team. It might not be
Radiant are scanning.
the most impactful scoreboard we've ever seen, but it will be this time. I just love that the previous smoke engagement, right, that basically turned the game around in favor of Hive, is going from here to here. Actually was up there, down here, and then they just turned around on the Drow, right? This time around, it's a 5-man smoke coming out from Balu, but basically the Hive lineup is just mirroring it the other way, other direction. Suddenly an east wind change from like a west wind change. Right, where usually the wind blows from the west side. With a minute and 40 seconds left to take out Roshan, they will force out the roar on the Hive side of things. No pickup just yet. It's only Excess Vampire stacking up Shadow Poison stacks.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Take about 2,000 HP off of Roshan. But Balu will commit to another smoke. Self-hate. Does he dare go inside the pit? I'd be scared shitless, I'm not gonna lie. Boys, what if they're here? Don't worry, dude, we got you covered. Hey, guys, I see the acorn nut tree. Anyone? You're just juggling Roshan out of the pit. This is insane. But yeah, immediately Costa moves in on forward. He'll take on QT, but where's the rest of the team? Balu have scattered is a Kamu. Thinking of throwing out something, but we'll get A on this. We'll get popped immediately by Hotoke. Perfect..Sh. As Hotoke continues to play the song of his people, the Aegis will be picked up along with the banner onto the Kez, and with double demonic purge, this should be a piece of cake. What's this one for not picking up the shard is burning my eye, but it is what it is. As 2 heroes do have A on disc in this game, and it just means Perfect..Sh does have his own save with the telekinesis, right? True. Makes his Vampire able to get himself out of commission and getting himself into a better position. High push finally coming out for the first time this game. I just have to double check that, yeah. Despite the 12k net worth deficit, there was never a high ground push coming out from the Balu side of things. We did talk about the outer tower is still holding up a pretty decent defense. After Ravensvale comes out. Don't forget, we do have, of course, the Aghanim Scepter and the Cause. Fate, when we pick up the last outer tower, double catapult wave on the top side will definitely be threatening for the Balu team. Someone should immediately react to that in any shape or form. The Raven's Veil, this will catch. Domine keeping his distance. What do you hear? Just a really, really loud frog. And the Bard. Wait, whatever the hell this you actually want to call this. It's okay. Only for the Krellos Crozier. Basically the first time I'm casting this item in competitive, if my memory serves me well. Or since its release. Really curious to see if Otoke's effective build is going to be making sense on it. More than likely, I've seen it before in competitive matches in Tier 1, but in Tier 3, the item just never really gained favor as far as I could tell. Have a look through every game, and I'm pretty sure you guys can find a few better teams and a few better tier tourneys. Krellos Crozier has been brought out, but for me, it's going to be the first. Pretty aware of what it does, especially from pubs, but other than that, a good grab onto QT doesn't mean that a combo can be targeted. And this pop through as eventually the Hoodwink will be ripped to shreds. And the Elixir along with the Bull Belly Blitz. And on Self-Hate, Destruction. Along with the Refresher, Chipicao, Demonic Perk, Self-Hate moves on forward as they are looking to grab out on to the Necrofoes. Demonegg looking to get the right clicks off with Coyote. They'll still manage to stave off the Storm. The Lotus, along with a little bit of disruption action, in comes the Winter Wyvern Ultimate. But even with the curse, it's just good to know while you are playing the Amphibian Rhapsody, you cannot right-click your teammates. You can't even play your song, but at the very same time, at least you are not Winter Curse killing your friends. Coyote tries to back off, good with a Raptor Dance, Self-Hate getting low, still 30 seconds left on the stages, but as the team wipe happens, Hive have done it. Chipicao writes out the GG. And Hive, with one of the best turnarounds I've seen in European Pro League history for a while now, will actually nab the victory after a horrible, horrible start in the first 20 minutes of the game. I've seen 3K to 6K turnarounds. I've seen 12K to 12K turnarounds. I've not seen the Storm Spirit 0-6. Okay, let's see when he got his first kill, actually. Let's just be a little bit mean to Costa here. Costa got his first kill at the very last engagement, bro. My guy did not get a kill for the first 40 minutes of the game. How bad do you feel for a Storm Spirit like this? Like, look at the amount of damage he dealt, though, on the other hand, right? Like, he's a little bit behind Largo, I'll give him that, but like Hotoke did do his very, very best. Just keep on smacking Kaiowet back into oblivion during the laning stage. But holy hell, Costa did not have a game post-laning stage plus 12 minutes in at least. But yeah, 10-minute turnarounds, 3.6 versus 3.2. It's not actually a bad turn. He has more net worth than the Drowned Ranger, right? And Self-Hate trailing behind the rest of the team just a little bit when it comes to player net worth. So other than the atrocious scoreboard, I'll still give it to good old Costa. He made a wonderful comeback, right? Then he trailed a little bit himself, and he never actually got back much at the very end there. He does beat the Drowned Ranger in terms of the net worth, but only by a slight margin, right? But holy moly, what a game. Hive, massive congratulations, and they should feel awesome about this 2-0 versus Balu, who did grab the 2-1 victory yesterday, but now will get the 2-0 treatment, which is to say, right, in the European Pro League, not just in the group stages, especially in the playoffs, we get the really, really crazy plays, but even in the group stages sometimes, especially with a patch just being released tonight or today, this morning, whatever you want to call it, I've just basically adapted and overcame, or just, in this case, I'd rather say they forced through the 741 A or B patch, basically through the meta itself. And with a slow and tumultuous comeback, gratuitous work of 20 minutes, and then a good turnaround. But yeah, minute 35, and then eventually, yeah, those last few engagements will be granting the kills that are the only kills of Costa. But we're getting very, very close to a mid laner with 0 kills for the finish. That would have been fun to see, but thankfully we did not have to live through that. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are done for a while. We're not going to be back until 5 o'clock this afternoon, but until then, a little bit of patient waiting. There are other tournaments to watch, if you know what I mean. But yeah, Zero Tenacity versus G-Time at 5 p.m. this afternoon. Until then, it will be Hive versus Balu 2-0.
Radiant team pick.
Imber Spirit.
Dire team pick.
Hey guys, welcome to the European Pro League season number 38. We are in the midst of the very beginning of the group stage as Zero Tenacity and Z10 go at it. Z10 who have Bashka and Slimy playing in their lineup as well as Moonlight.
10 seconds.
Now, I don't know if he's going to be standing in for Z-Time or if he's going to be playing in the permanent roster since it is the start of the tournament, and I do believe that that can actually happen. But Zero Tenacity, they are a roster that has come in, they've been around for a really long time. They have some players from Night Pulse, they have Mixer playing, they have Moose playing, Warwick as well, Warwick and Dream, the players from Night Pulse that I was talking about, as well as Desire, I believe. So they have gone through some roster changes, and Mixer is actually competing for, as far as I know, for the Esports Nations Cup too. I believe a lot of these players would probably be competing for the Esports Nations Cup moves as well. But taking a look at this draft before us, Zero Tenacity have picked up the Drow Ranger as their very first pick. This is something that Falcons have also tried, and it did work out in quite a few of their Drow Ranger games, just not too well in their last series. Of course, they had a stand-in. Sumil was playing in place of Maldreen, but Undying, Ember, as well as the Mirana, and again, it just seems like a very Falcon draft from Z10. Meanwhile, from G-Time, you have the Storm Spirit, you have the Keeper of the Light, which is probably now going to be a support hero since you do already have the Storm, and the Underlord with the offlane, Treant Protector as your pause 5. I would imagine that it's a pretty good setup, especially to get on top of that Drow Ranger, that Treant Protector with that Overgrowth. The Drow's Manta style is going to be procced, and then the Underlord can come in. I assume this is going to be one of those games where you kind of have to make an Aghanim Scepter, but every single one of these heroes is designed to get on top of the Drow. So how exactly are Zero Tenacity going to keep their Drow alive when they haven't really gone for a defensive support? There's no Ring Monster, there's no Shadow Demon, there's nothing that can keep this Drow going apart from, a slight buffer, right? You do have the Undying Tombstone, which, to be fair, there's not really that many heroes that can take it down super easily. Like, none of the heroes from G-Time can take out the Tombstone very easily. I would say the Storm Spirit probably has the most amount of attack speed from all of the heroes that I see in front of me. But we do need a carry that can hit that Tombstone effectively, and we need a carry that can actually match that Drow Ranger and, well, be able to get on top of the Drow relatively easily. I do wonder, though, what it is they're going to be going for. It is a slight contrast, right? A first pick carry versus a last pick carry, as Z10 ban out the Kaz. I wonder, though, if they're going to ban out that Mortha, because it is one of those heroes that, sure, you can't jump on top of the Drow, but it's a really strong hero just as a one-to-one matchup. You pop that whale and you can take out that Tombstone too. So it's one of those heroes that also can create a Manta style. So I would actually say that is the hero that they should be going for. But I would, maybe they also want to look for that catch-up potential too, that jump potential. G-Time will go for a Luna. Surprisingly, that is not the one that I had in mind. Now, interestingly, they have the Eclipse as their very logo for the team, and they pick up the Luna. The Luna is right in front of the logo. I would say this is extremely ironic.
5 seconds remaining.
But I mean, maybe that one was obvious. But Z10, they have to go for an offlane hero now. Are they going to be going for something that can build up to a Pipe of Insight, or is this just going to be playing to their strengths? Because they do need that front line. They do need someone that can at least soak up some damage. A Bristleback wouldn't be that bad at this point, but they will lack some serious lockdown, so you also need some stunner. A Mars wouldn't be that bad against the Luna, and especially against the Keeper of the Light and Treant Protector, right? The Mars's arena takes away all of the trees, so if the Treant Protector is nearby, you won't have that easy overgrowth on Z10. So it could work out. The glaives are going to be blocked away from the walls of the arena. You have a catch for the Storm too, but no, Z10 will go for the Largo. So at the very least, they will have a buffer. They will have some overwhelming heal going by their side, which can't really be negated on the side of G-Time. You don't really have anyone that can build up to that spirit vessel, unless Slimy is the one on the Keeper of the Light support who's going to be going for it. But Moonlight's playing a hero on the Storm that doesn't really build up to a vessel. So it's going to be interesting how G-Time actually play against this. And again, a very Falcons-like drop from Z10. They pick up the Largo 2 alongside their Drow. The damage reverberation coming in at the back of that multi-shot is something to be considered, because if, even with their limited disable, they're able to catch G-Time, steering chains plus the gust coming in from this Drow, or maybe even an arrow landing from Desire is going to be dealing out plenty of damage, especially when it's followed up with this Drow Ranger and with this Largo coming in. So G-Time have to play this very careful. Even the Tombstone is going to be, well, difficult to take down. Luna isn't exactly a hero that you consider to have a high amount of attack range, right? She's one of the least, has one of the lowest attack range of most range heroes out there, so it's not going to be an easy Tomb game, or rather, it's not going to be an easy anti-Tomb game. But we'll see which side actually comes out ahead, as G-Time versus Zero Tenacity is going to be up on our screens. At least game number 1 between both of these two teams. Do let me know if the volume is okay for all of you. Seems like we'll have a 1-to-1 brawl, or rather, actually, maybe even a 5-to-5 brawl, as most of Z10's heroes are visible. They are completely seen, and Moose is going to be giving away first blood. He does manage to make it pretty far. Blood grenade slows are planted down on top of him, as Dream is able to slow them down. And they might actually find a kill in response, but no, Warwick chose not to skill up anything, and he couldn't close the gap for his searing chains. So they won't be able to get someone down. Even Desire didn't actually go for the Sacred Arrow, so they didn't actually have a single disable. So how exactly were they ever supposed to get a kill on G-Time? That is something that maybe was a lost opportunity, because you should have been able to get a kill there. Especially since your Undying was able to get out scot-free. But now it's Moonlight in trouble. So is Mixa. Who's going to be going down first? It does seem like it's the Largo. Moonlight will be the trade, but Warwick, he is potentially going to be the second casualty. Bashka will end up with a double kill, and Desire will leave a lot to be desired here. Wasn't able to do much on the Mirana. Well, mostly because it is a Mirana without a Sacred Arrow. Sure, the Starstorm, I mean, I guess the Starstorm is good to start off with, but normally you look for the Sacred Arrow. I suppose it's because of the lane that he wants to have the Starstorm in. But G-Time clearly get the better of that exchange. Now the question is, how are they going to be able to punish Bashka? You have the Frogstorm coming in by Mixa, but how are you exactly supposed to land this arrow, even if you are supposed to land it? Or is this just going to be a game where you use your Starstorm and you use your Celestial Quiver to keep Bashka low? I see a big problem with that approach, if that is their approach, is the fact that you have the Living Armor coming in from the Treant Protector, so you can't really do much to this Luna. It should be a free Luna laning phase, maybe even a free game for the Luna. That movement speed that you can't really match by any of your own heroes, apart from the Mirana's Leap, of course, and sure, the Ember Spirit too. But there is very little catch. We'll see what exactly, or rather how they actually approach some of those team fights when those team fights actually happen. As over on that bot lane, Cloud takes in quite a bit of damage. Moose will be able to find that decay and is able to take out the Underlord to even out that scoreline 2 for 2. G-Time don't exactly have too much of an advantage left. I do suppose most of their advantage, most of the net worth that they had over in, as far as their first 2 kills are concerned, are concentrated on the Luna. So that is going to be a bit of difference between both of these two sides. However, Cloud is suffering. Cloud is learning new definitions of the word suffer or suffering, as he only has about 2 lost hits. He's will be able to get it more with this creep wave, but playing into an Undying is really not easy. Now the good thing is you do have Slimy with the fire, with the chakra magic, so you can constantly spam out your firestorms. That should be the way that he can recover in his farm. Probably the way that he recovers in his farm. Desire. Will walk back. As a skill-based matchup towards that mid lane, working out much better for Moonlight than it is for Warwick. 18 lost hits to just the 10 of the Ember. That is quite a bit of difference here, as Warwick isn't able to CS as frequently. And despite of playing the Ember Spirit, he hasn't really gone for the Flame Guard, so that means he has nothing to protect himself against the static remnants that are just flying in constantly. But now with Desire coming in with the leap, Searing Chains landing on Moonlight alongside a double Starstorm, they might have enough, but Moonlight, he's going to try and turn it. He can't. Warwick will end up with the lost Loft and will be able to pick up a great kill thanks to Dream coming in, and suddenly the difference in these lost hits is gone entirely. G-Time, I suppose the Storm played it as well as he could have given the circumstances. Moose is the one faced up with a lack of circumstances from his end. He'll be able to dodge out that Illuminate, but he's still inside of that Firestorm. A few more swipes from Cloud will do the trick, and they will be able to again mitigate the disadvantage that Cloud had with his few lost hits. I suppose both of these two teams, they're getting quite a bit done on the heroes that are falling behind, right? They're able to find the recoveries on those specific heroes, so it's probably pretty good overall. Top lane, Bashka and Cillian trying to punch away, and Mixa is kind of funny to watch because there's not really too much you can do against a Largo. The Leech Seed can just be dispelled away. Another factor in this game, and maybe that's because that's why they went for the Largo, is the fact that the living armor can also be dispelled by one lick. So you will have to wait for the lick to come in before you use the living armor. But what if the lick never comes in? Right? Are you never going to use the living armor? That's the catch-22 with this kind of an ability, with how good the lick is as an ability on its own. Great, well, decent cost range. Slimy, he goes down towards that bot side, caught by Dream. Surprising he does get caught though, considering the fact that he is playing a Keeper of the Light. Plenty of, well, he doesn't have the boost of speed, so I suppose didn't have that much boost of speed compared to Dream, who already does have the brown boots.
Radiant are scanning.
My will.
Warwick over on the mid lane will be able to remnant out, pick up that invisibility and keep himself safe. Actually drops a remnant towards that triangle.
Are fortified.
I wonder if it's because they want to contest the stacks in the next, I would say, 45 seconds. Doesn't really seem like they'd be in position for it. Or it's also to look for a potential Shrine of Wisdom play, but he is already too late with it. He would have already had to be in this position to be able to go for it, but he still will. Warwick remnants forward, and Slimy did not catch him. However, The teleport is coming in from the Treant Protector. Warwick, who has no power rune to play with, has to be a bit careful. Moose will drop down that tombstone. Slimy, he can't go for it. The multi-shot will do quite a bit of damage, and Warwick will be able to take out Slimy. Meanwhile, Moonlight comes in with a Vortex on Dream, but the Drow is completely safe. It'll be Moonlight who'll fall. Moose will also be going down to the Firestorm, but that's quite worth it for Zero Tenacity. Moose will be right back. Cloud will be going down, and Bashka's gonna come in with an Eclipse that will clean up everyone else. G-Time. They do lose 2 of their cores. Bashka had to come in, but he does find yet another double kill. He finds a kill on the Drow too, as well as on the Mirana. Now, sure, those were the only 2 kills that they were able to get. The problem is, the Shrine of Wisdom, it was collected by Mixa. So, G-Time never really got those shrines. And they, just in terms of the numbers, also lost out on more of their heroes. So the gold advantage goes the way of Zero Tenacity, so does the experience advantage. And I would actually imagine that if you're G-Time, everyone else apart from Bashka is suffering right now, where he's the one who has 4 out of these 6 kills from your team. Sure, it's a 4 protect 1 draft, but now you've really dialed down or doubled down on your 4p1. Now it is just going to be Luna versus the world as you transition forward into the early game, because your supports are not going to be able to do that much. Okay, that is very interesting. I never actually spotted that out. They never really took the shrine, neither side. Bashka left the shrine for his support, so Slimy will be able to pick that one up. And so that does change a lot of the dynamic, right? The goal lead may have gone in favor of Zero Tenacity, but Bashka picked up the 2 kills, and because they don't lose out on any of the experience, in fact, I would actually say that the supports from G10 are further ahead simply because it was Mixa who picked up the Shrine of Wisdom on the Radiant side. So Salient, he's already level 5 on the tree. Although he's about to be sent back to the fountain, doesn't really have anywhere to go. Will get collected up by Warwick's Sleight of Fist. As they look for this tier 1 tower, hasn't taken much damage, but no one can really come and defend this. Not against a Tombstone, not against a Largo and an Undying, so I wouldn't be too surprised if G-Time actually choose to give this one up. However, Moose does move back. He does go back towards that bot lane. Maybe a bit afraid of some kind of a tempo play coming out towards Dream. That could always take place. You have the gate up. You have the Storm Spirit who has the level 6. So he can always Vortex in. Slimy can give him that level 3 Chakra Magic, that 5 cooldown reduction, meaning that his Vortex, which is level 1, may actually come out twice. Or even that Pit, which is double. Okay, the Pit is never going to come out twice. It's a 30-second cooldown. Dream will be able to leap away.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
When we take a look at the net worth, it is the Luna who is at the very top of the net worth chart. 5,800 gold for him. And the Drow has about 5,500, so the carries are matched evenly, despite the kind of kill advantage that Bashka is supposed to possess. The Dream also is kind of like 2-1 and 4, right? So it's pretty much neck and neck even. The mid laners are also, I would actually say that all of the cores are completely dead even in this game. Sure, the Ember is ahead. He's about 400 or 300 net worth ahead, but that's about the difference between these two carries too, the other way. So it's not that bad of a position to be in if you're either side. Dream does need to be careful. There is a move happening. It is the Storm as well as Slimy. Well, Moonlight and Slimy. Dream with a smoke of his own will be able to break this apart. Pings are coming out, and G10 weren't able to spot this out. Now, Cloud, he will be revealed with a sleight of fist coming in by Warwick. Their smoke broke, so they had a clear idea that someone was nearby, but Cloud has not gone down. And Overgrowth will push back at Zero Tenacity as Moonlight will go in. Dream in a compromised position will be the first one to go down. Moose will be falling next, but Moonlight, he wants more. He wants the Mirana as well. Desire, no leaps available, will fall to the last charge coming in from Moonlight, and they'll be able to break through this tower as well. A 2,000 net worth advantage in the blink of an eye, alongside a tier 1 tower, as G10 clearly were well prepared for that attack. And the fact of the matter is that Underlord tanking that initiation coming in by Z10, they use their Searing Chain. And this is why I keep mentioning their lack of lockdown. Because when you use your Searing Chain on Cloud, on the tankiest target there is in the server, you don't have any follow-up lockdown for anyone else that decides to show up. Like, suppose it's the Storm, suppose it's the Luna, what are you going to do against them? You're sitting ducks, you're headless chickens running around the coop. That is definitely not a good look for Zero Tenacity, who I would say are the bigger team. I would say they're the more established roster between both of these two sides. Sure, Bashka is in a league of his own. A former Yellow Submarine player, has played at multiple Tier 2 events, including some Tier 1 events, if I do recall. I could be mistaken, but he has been, I would say, a favorite of the European Pro League throughout the years. Mid lane Moonlight is level 10, and that means the Ember Spirit, who's level 9, sure, the 1 level difference doesn't really mean all that much, but it's still something, right? It's the fact that the vessel is, you know, according to Zebe, this Spirit Vessel timing is supposed to be the strongest timing in the early game for a team that has the Ember. But they're not able to play with it, right? They're not able to do much. And if Cloud is going to be your first point of contact, I'm afraid that you're never going to be able to do anything. You need to be able to go on someone else, and while you're doing that, Dream, who is already faced up against a lineup that has multiple ways to catch you down, his positioning needs to be better than what it was last time. His position needs to be absolutely perfect, because if he's in vision of G-Time, they will just jump him. They will be, if they're able to take him down, suddenly your team fight falls apart. You are lost without a purpose at that point, because you're really fighting for your Drow. You're fighting to give this Drow the best chance at farming up to stack up against the Luna later on, because that is the requirement for this game. It's become an essential requirement. This Luna is not going anywhere. Bashka will be a force to be reckoned with, and you will have to reckon with him. He already has the Manta Stealth at the 15-minute mark. I believe he already had it at that 14-minute mark, which is a great timing for the Manta. Moonlight will be leg back. Searing Chains are going to come in, and they will be able to take him down. Somehow able to chain their lockdowns, as the Storm currently no way to dispel away the gust that comes in. The silence from this Drow proving to be a bit too much. Cloud comes in with the Firestorm as well as the Root. Arrow doesn't really land. I wonder if they're trying to force this too much on Z10. Clearly, this tower is not going to budge. Now, sure, Bashka takes in quite a bit of damage, but Salient is nearby with the Living Armor. Level 4 Living Armor, alongside that Mask of Madness for Bashka, means that he'll be able to life steal, like, without any problem. And if you commit 5 people towards a lane in the early game, towards perhaps a team fight or a tower, you need to either come out ahead in that exchange, or you're going to be losing out massively because of this Living Armor, right? The tower, which barely took in any damage, is going to be healed up back to full HP. So that 5-man move they made isn't all that. Now, they did take away Moonlight. So you do have to consider the fact that it wasn't all in vain, right? It wasn't spoiled or spilled milk at that point.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dream has a Manta style. As Moonlight is going to be going in, Desire will be able to leap away. Moonlight is again in trouble. Will be able to remnant out. Can he zap away enough for the vessel to burn away, or rather tick away? He can. So he'll be able to get away in the nick of time. But again, a wasted attempt by G10 where you may as well farm. Right, you may as well just continue farming up with your Luna and your Storm. Bashka, he goes in with the Eclipse. Mixer is able to lick the Ember back, and again, the target prioritization coming in isn't really that good. Perhaps they thought that Largo wouldn't have been nearby, and thus the Ember would have died, especially with that Atos being revealed from Cloud. But it's well, the Largo was there. Right, so that's anytime the Largo is there, your pit play doesn't work. You're also playing with limited lockdown if you're not willing to use the overgrowth, which again can be dispelled. So all of these spells that they have, all of these disables they have, all of them, none of them are stuns, right? Apart from, I would say, the Vortex, which is the only dispel that can't be taken out, or the only lockdown ability that can't be taken out by the Largo's Lick, which is the basic dispel and not a strong one. So that's one of the only ways you have that can consistently hold someone down, but it's only for about barely 2 seconds, I would say. Bashka needs to be a bit careful. They are hunting for him. With the sentry ward planted down, I believe they also caught a whiff of Salient. Dust is going to be coming out as he was hit by it, but they can't chase in after him. At the very least, though, alongside Dream, they should be able to make quick work of this tier 1 tower. And there's no resistance coming in, especially with the 5 heroes already present. They've also managed to plant down some vision, so the dire side will just have to let this go. They've taken the opposing tier 1 offlane, so it's not that bad. Z10, they are making a play towards that mid lane to at least apply some damage, some pressure towards this mid lane tower. In fact, it's a bit more than just pressure. They'll jump in on Mixer and will be able to burst him with the Eclipse. Cloud will also come in through the gate to make sure that any kind of counterplay is going to be inhibited. Zero Tenacity, they're also making a play towards that bot lane. It is Moose who they were attempting to catch. However, it's really the Tormentor that they want. As soon as it spawns, despite of not having the Eclipse or the Pit, they're still going to be able to take it down simply because they're faster here. That little play that Z10 made towards that tier 1 tower on that top lane probably was not the best timed decision, because they were going in at a time where the Tormentor was also going to spawn. So they essentially gave up one tower for a tower on their own line, on their own side, on their own line of the map, or part of the map, and a Tormentor. So they gave up way more than G10 do, who now have the Shard on this Treant Protector alongside a 5,000 net worth advantage. The Shard, Eyes in the Forest, is pretty good against Z10. I mean, you can catch, you have information, additional information. That is what the Treant Protector plays for. This is a must-buy for a tree, right? This is what you essentially play the Treant for. Sure, the overgrowth, the living armor, all of that is nice, but the transition into some of those mid-game fights alongside the Eyes of the Forest just makes it so much easier to take fights. You have increased nighttime vision with the Luna. Now you have permanent daytime vision too coming in from Salient's Eyes in the Forest. So Z10, the question is, with their limited lockdown, how are they going to take the better team fights? How are they going to get them, outmaneuver G10? because I still have yet to see it. Moonlight, he is eyeing down someone. He was eyeing down the Ember Spirit, but decided to flinch towards the Mirana. Desire will get caught, and again, Eclipse comes in from a Scepter upgraded Luna. Bashka can always send it down towards the Storm Spirit, and it will follow the storm. You can also plant it down towards the Underlord as he's going through the gate, or rather anyone really going in through the gate. And it will follow them all across the map. Essentially, this Luna's Eclipse alongside the Scepter is a global ability. I would say the only way that is even faster is the fact that you pick up a Dawnbreaker and suddenly you plant the Eclipse down on the Dawn. He just Solar Guardians in, and he comes in with an entire Eclipse. 17,000 of a lead up now for the Luna. You still don't have the Aegis up, right? Roshan is still standing, and they're able to play on Z10's part of the map. They have the mid lane tower still standing, so this allows them to do this. Storm is going to go in for a zap, trying to catch out anyone he can. Desire is in the trees, so he won't get caught, but Moonlight will have that haste rune. You also have, constant mana being pulled in by Slimy, so Moonlight can go in for these scouting zaps. But now it is time for a play as Moonlight, he will jump in right on top of Mixa alongside of the cliffs. That Largo is dead. Vorik is trying to go in to take out Salient. It will be possible. Moonlight with that haste rune cannot actually be caught up to, but Vorik, he seems to want to actually catch someone. He wants to try and find a better exchange. A 3-man pit comes out by Cloud, but he is too slow against a Drow Ranger. Dream activates his BKB and is still unable to actually get on top of Cloud. Again, it is the tankiest target on the board as Cloud finally he gets locked down upon and will fall. Bashka activates his own BKB, wanted to go towards Dream, but they had a Glimmer Cape coming in, so Bashka will have to retreat. So at the end of the day, it's a Largo in exchange for your Treant Protector plus your Underlord. So I'm not exactly sure if that is completely worth it, but they're not done. The Storm is going to go in for a zap, catching out the Drow Ranger. This was a play they did not expect. A 3-man overgrowth, cutting them off from their escape. But Moonlight does go down. G10 will use another Eclipse. They finally are able to take out Warwick as well as Dream. It is Bashka once more to end up with a double kill. And again, he seems to be the showstopper each and every single time. Whenever Z10 are getting the advantage, Bashka comes in and he snatches that advantage right from underneath them.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
11-0-1 on this Luna. And sure, you can't really, the Lucent Beams in the Eclipse, they don't really do much when you have the BKBs up, but what's stopping Bashka from just waiting the BKBs out? It's also a 65-second cooldown. And that fight took more than a minute, because we saw the Eclipse come out twice. And I have to say, you really do need a BKB on Mixa, right? He kind of needs that because he is the first point of contact each and every single time. This time around, it is Moose who's going to be safe. It is Cloud who ended up getting hit by the Sacred Arrow, and he is very vulnerable in this position. Slimy has already gone down. Cloud will be licked back, chained up by the Ember, and will be falling as well. G10, clearly they are getting a bit too ahead of themselves. I'm not sure they realize that Bashka is really the only one who can stack up. he's really the only one who's had, I would say, a good enough game to be playing this aggressive. Right now, he needs some additional protection. I would say you need plus armor, right? The Drow Ranger's marksmanship, it ignores the base armor. As far as it ignores base armor, but it doesn't ignore
Middle tower is under attack.
additional armor or like artificial armor. So if that Shiva's Guard at Assault Quarters, things like that actually are really good against that Drow.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Desire will zap in. Moonlight does get hit by the Sacred Arrow, but forced off the way.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dream. I mean, Bashka is right here, but there's no one nearby. The Underlord could come in and they could force his BKB very easily, down to that 7-second BKB with just one use of the Pit of Malice. But they chose not to make that play, which is, I would say, a bit surprising, because you're not going to make a play for the next minute or so. At least that's what I would imagine. Bashka is content farming up for now, and you need your Storm to actually recover. He's fallen behind quite a bit. Oh, Moonlight, he gets rooted, but Sacred Arrow is off the mark. Fate of Manus has already come in. Warwick, now he's going to be eating that Vortex. Bashka has get to throw down that Eclipse, and Warwick has already used his BKB. So the next time he decides to go in has to be after 90 seconds, because otherwise that Pit is going to come in with the Rod of Atos and Moonlight's additional Vortex, so you might not be able to make it out post-Eclipse.
Radiant are scanning. Storm Spirit again goes in. There comes the Eclipse down over on that backline. Mix has already dropped out to about half of his HP, but Z10, they're able to punch back. Cloud actually falls. And again, this one-trick pony they're playing with Bashka's Eclipse, it's not really working out the way that they expect it would. Not really doing all that much, even though he plants it towards that backline. He does have a refresher, so he has that second Eclipse. May need to actually use it right now if they want to contest Roche, but they've already decided to disengage. They don't want to contest Roche. And so Dream will have a free Aegis. And I'm not sure this itemization from this Luna is going to allow them to skill up against the Drow. Right? I think about 5 minutes from now, when this Drow has a Butterfly, and Bashka's going to be playing with that Aghanim Scepter plus Refresher Orb. And as the game goes on, you're going to have more utility come out against this Eclipse. Maybe even additional 4-stars. The Undying already has one. They have a Glimmer Cape. Largo is going to get faster and faster. Mirana already has the ult. The Drow Ranger has the Hurricane Pike. They essentially have one item on everyone to counter out that Eclipse.
And the Ember Spirit doesn't necessarily need an item. He doesn't really need the BKB against the Eclipse. He needs the BKB against the Roots, the Disabled. Because he can just Remnant out of the Eclipse.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The prize is mine.
Dire are scanning.
Z10 have an entire Aegis 3 whole minutes. And a butterfly that has come out for Dream. So that 5-minute scenario I was talking about is not even 5, right? It's just it is looking rough.
Is under attack. Radiant's
It is looking rough indeed. This Luna Eclipse play that they were going for is not really working out too well for them. He's really the only one who was doing well in their lineup, and now he's not doing too well. Sure, he's still at the very top of the net worth chart, but a lot of that net worth is pulled into this Aghanims and this Refresher that you really need an extended team fight for this kind of a setup to work, right? You really... That in that first Eclipse, it's probably going to force out the first set of BKBs, so it's not really going to do all that much. Then you use the Refresher, and that second Eclipse, that may be what you want to look for. You know, level 25... I really don't know which talent he goes for, because he doesn't have the physical DPS build. Doesn't really have the kind of allied heroes he needs to go for the physical damage, but the Lucent Beam hitting the additional target really doesn't do anything either. Has hit to build up to that shard too. I would imagine the damage reduction is really good for that shard. But let's see. Moonlight, unfortunately, is very under-leveled in this game. They didn't go for a BKB, went for the Lotus Orb. Probably because there's very little lockdown the other side possesses, so I think he might have imagined that the Lotus was enough, but it's clearly not. I would actually suggest a BKB would have been much better. Warwick isn't going to be able to catch the Keeper of the Light, as Slimy is going to be one lucky fellow. Now, he is a very rich lucky fellow. He has the full Scythe of Vice almost built up. That could be big. Scythe of Vice into the Eclipse means that by the time you're able to pop your BKB, you will have already eaten at least 6 to 7 beams of the Lucent of the Eclipse, which is going to be around at least 1500 damage, right?
Dire's
Then the BKB comes up.
under attack.
Luna uses the Refresher. You use the Eclipse again. So you can deal about 3,500 damage to anyone using the Scythe of Vice approach. It is really good. I'm not sure if it will be enough.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower.
But we'll see. Right? We'll get our answer
Top
shortly.
tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's courier has been
G time. Have to decide when it's going to be time to defend their high ground as the tower gets denied away. Dream is going for the barracks. They are able to take out the ranged barracks, but the Aegis has expired. Now, the melee barracks is also falling down, while G-Time are coming in with the backstab. I'm not sure what they're supposed to be stabbing here. They're going to be walking into an observer ward, so they, quite frankly, just have to get back. They're waiting for this lineup from Z10 to approach. It's going to be the Ember, who they can't really go. It seems like they're lost without a purpose inside of their own, or rather outside of their own base. Oh, Arrow
It landed on the storm. Tombstone is also going to be planted down. Isn't really going to catch much.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The prize is mine.
Mix up. Oh, this is a great way to start a fight. Dream BKB has already come out. Nixa will be the first casualty. Bashka has a refresher. They can possibly take out Dream without having to use it. The Drow Ranger has fallen down. Warwick will be able to take out both supports. Meanwhile, that secondary Eclipse does come out. It's going to be the Undying who will get collected up. 2 moves will be going down. I don't know if he has that Ceaseless Dirge come up, but it is 3 entire kills. Ceaseless Dirge does eventually activate as Warwick, he has ran out of mana. The Lotus Orbs are going to be pulled in. He will be able to replenish that mana and walk away. But that was the first time in a while that G-Time were able to do something around the map. Is that going to be enough to find a comeback? I don't think so. Or rather, does it turn the tides in their favor? I'm not really sure. Moonlight Shadow comes out, but quite frankly, it was right in front of G-Time, so they were able to spot it out, especially at nighttime, right? The Moonlight Shadow in while you have a Luna on the other side. Still though, that last team fight does suggest that Z10 have to approach these team fights very carefully. It's not a free lunch by any measure.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As there is a 4,000 lead at the current point in time.
Here I am.
Dire are scanning.
Although it does appear that the last teamfight has maybe not resulted in G-Time coming out ahead, but it has resulted in a bit of a stalemate where Z10 aren't playing or posturing so aggressively as they were before. Right? It has given them a pause for their thoughts. They're waiting for the next Roshan. Moonlight.
Dire are scanning.
He's going to be the one to zap in first. That Aghanim's Vortex comes in and the Eclipse will be able to take out Desire from the very get-go. A Pit comes out holding back both Moose as well as Mixer. Dream goes in to try and take out Cloud, who is isolated away from the rest of his team. He won't be able to walk away out of that one as Slimy, he already had gone down. G-Time, they will buy back on Slimy, but they will additionally lose their tree. Roshan is going to roar as they have that refresher orb up for Bashka, but how do they take a fight? How do they actually counteract this tempo, and how do they actually go in consistently enough to the point where they can actually pressure and take out both Dream as well as Mixta? Because you really do need to take out both of them. Taking out just the one doesn't really cut it, because Mixta's damage output is a bit deceptive. Dream's damage output not so much. But you don't have an MKB either. You have no way to pierce through this evasion.
Under attack.
Small bits of lag, I think. Or maybe just that hero.
Dire's top tower
As
is under
Z10 don't appear to be lagging at all.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Probably going to be a long range zap that will come in, but the banner has been placed down. That zap isn't going to take out those creeps. You have to kind of do something about this banner, but who is going to be the one to poke it is the big problem. Undying Moose has yet to actually drop down his tombstone. The Sorcerer zaps in, and there comes the Eclipse. Do they have enough? Turns out they really don't. That first Eclipse has barely tickled the side of Z10 as they are able to stand their ground. Banner is up there too. Tombstone is dropped down as well, and now you have to use your, or rather that was the refresher for that second Eclipse. They don't have an Eclipse, so they don't have that kind of a play right now. Against an Aegis, Z10 will decide to go back, surprisingly.
The prize is mine.
The dirge goes on.
Rune of haste.
They go in once more. Drow Ranger is a very difficult target to take down, especially since he has a Satanic. I actually don't think they have enough damage, even if they were to catch this Drow. Not enough to take him down twice. Dream with the Frost Arrows. As the server is a bit shaky right now. Fortification, or rather, fortification is not there, but they do have the backdoor protection. The team fight is going to break out as Cloud doesn't have too much HP to play with. He needs to get back. Dream at the same time takes in quite a bit of damage, but will just pop his Satanic.
Are under attack.
And Moose even has that Aghanim shard, so he can really... That's an additional save you have against the Luna.
Has fallen.
It's just very simple. Only one barracks to get through before they acquire the Mega Creep's advantage.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Storm is gonna go in. 3-man zap comes in as Salian is gonna go in with an overgrowth, but again, there's all of those dispels. Thalion will have to give up his life, immediately buys back into the game because, quite frankly, there's still 40 seconds of that Aegis. And you don't have your lost tier 3 tower. The barracks, they are exposed to Z10. Range barracks is going to be going down first, but it is still Moonlight who'll go in. 3-man Vortex, and Bashka, he also goes all in. They want to be able to take down this fight. Will be able to find the Drow's first life, but Dream, once he comes back up, will activate his BKB and just start to go to work. Moonlight has to get back, but gets hit by the Searing Chains. Has no more mana to zap away. The storm will fall. Warwick down very low, but not out of the fight. Eclipse comes down towards that backline, and Moonlight, he has bought back, so they will be able to take apart the Drow. Moonlight is able to catch Mixa, and they will be able to take the Frog out too. They do manage to hold their base, but at what cost? There's just this one barracks that is standing. And the fact of the matter is, you've used 3 entire buybacks. You have to go for some kind of a play on your own. There's still the tier 2s up. There's a glyph available, which means that it's a minimum of 3 glyphs that you have to get through, or at least a minimum of 2 glyphs if you decide to go for... Well, there's no way you can decide to go for the throne is the big problem. So they will choose to farm the jungle. While their base is dying, guys.
Middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, they will farm the jungle and they will take out a tier 2 tower. You know that in the current circumstances, that is
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
something,
Radiant has
I suppose. Now don't get me wrong, they will still go back to farm the jungle. You know, might as well. You don't have too much of a map left for your team. Surprised there's no one going for this D ward. You know, when you do push back at the other side, you go for the cliff D wards. They did spot out the triangles cliff, but not really the one inside of their own jungle. And Z10, now they will have to just go for a play. There is one interesting thing that Bashka has done. He has committed towards a Divine Rapier, has that Swift Blink, so he might be able to actually blink in and pop everyone with another one of those vortexes. Moonlight has been able to find those. Now, whether he's found those because Z10 have, you know, boxed themselves into this narrow corridor, because you kind of have to, right? When you're approaching the barrack, this is the only way that you can target this barracks.
radiant are
Comforting
scanning.
rune of regeneration.
A 5-man smoke comes out. It's not that big of a lead, right? And you do have to respect this Divine Rapiers. You do need that Aegis. It'll be the 3rd Aegis. It'll come with that Refresher Shard for Warwick. I assume it's going to be for Warwick. You refresh all of your remnants at the same time.
And so you'll have the 5 remnants to play with.
Shadows take us.
As the red moonlight comes in. There's a gem on Slimy. Bashka's smoke is also going to break. Dream is coming in from the side. Slimy is broken down. Eclipse comes out as they are going to be able to jump that drow, but the tombstone save comes in. G-Time have to get back, but Salient, he has lost his life as a casualty in the midst of their escape. He doesn't have a buyback. It is a 4v5. Now, the good thing is he'll be able to respawn. And the reason is that they're still going to look for that Aegis. They're not going to go high ground just because there's no tree. No one cares for the trees anymore. We really should, guys. Just on a global level, plant a tree. You know, if everyone planted a tree every year, that's 7 billion trees. Now, I'm not sure what the adult population is, because that's really who you can ask to plant down trees. Can't really ask a 2-year-old to plant down a tree, but whatever the adult population is, if they planted a tree every year, that will be like a billion, at least at a minimum rate, 1 billion trees a year. Think about that. 1 billion trees a year. Roshan is going to fall. Dream will pick up the Aegis Refresher Shard up for Warwick.
Radiant are scanning.
The flames rush forth.
They're still waiting. A 55-minute game. I wonder if this game is going to go to 60 plus minutes. A 5-man smoke comes in. Banner has also been planted now, so the Illuminates are not really going to do too much. And Mega Cruise doesn't really matter at this point. What matters is how you're going to go for a play. It turns out it is going to be a backstab attempt. Cloud is going to be broken down. Immediately will be the first casualty in this fight. Moonlight was only able to find the one. Bashka has to get back. It is Warwick who will get licked back, will be able to activate his BKB. No Underlord for 120. Bashka will also fall down. Stallion will be the third casualty, and it really feels like G-Time's time is up. Stallion has now found his buyback. The Ember Spirit apparently died inside of the fountain. But quite frankly, your throne is now exposed. There is no Luna for 90. No Underlord for 90, and the Ember Spirit is going to come back. Takes out Slimy, who buys back into the game, but the throne is guaranteed to fall at this point because G-Time, they're confined to their fountain. Game number 1 will be going the way of Zero Tenacity, as despite G-Time's stubbornness to admit that they have lost, they will have to come to the realization that their throne is no more. And Zero Tenacity, despite the fact that Bashka was having a phenomenal game, they were having a plenty They were having a great game as far as everyone else is concerned. Sure, Mixa was dying at the start of every fight, but eventually they itemized in a way to counter out this Luna Scepter Eclipse. And it really never did all that much past that 30-minute mark. Sure, it took a while, but they got all of the Roshans, they got all of the objectives around the map, they were able to pressure G-Time much better, and they were able to come up with the win. Are they going to be able to do that 2 times in a row and sweep G-Time under the rug, though? That is the big question, as G-Time have proven that they can push back at Zero Tenacity and certainly make them sweat. Are they going to be able to make them sweat hard enough to actually push them to a game number 3? Well, we'll be back right after a short break to find out over at the European Pro League season number 38. Don't go anywhere, guys, and stay tuned.
10 seconds remaining.
Hey guys, welcome back to the European Pro League season number 38. Zero Tenacity versus G-Time going at it in a best of 3 as Zero Tenacity have now picked up their Terror Blade. And this is one of the heroes that they really like to play with. Meanwhile, G-Time will stick to their strengths, which is going to be Bashka's Luna. It did do really well last game. The rest of their lineup wasn't doing as well. But now they've picked the Largo for their own lineup. Meanwhile, Zero Tenacity are going to be playing with what I assume is going to be a Snapfire as a core. It's also the fact that you have the offlane option opened up, which is the Doom against the Largo. So G-Time should just ban it out. But they choose to ban out the Enigma. Maybe because of that combo wombo, right? The Phoenix Egg, Enigma Black Hole, Snapfire, Mortimers. But I don't know if the Enigma would have been a good option for Zero Tenacity. They are going to be, G-Time have the Luna. So one of the biggest strengths of the Enigma is not exactly going to be the Black Hole. It's really just the pushing potential and the utility that the Enigma gives you. But against the glaives of the Luna, those idlers don't really last all that long. But who knows? Maybe they had a plan for it. They did have the Rubik though, which it leaves me scratching my head a little bit. But let's see. G-Time for the current moment have to think about. I mean, they only have one more ban, right? So they really have to think about this one. What it is they want to be banning out. It is going to be the Tidehunter that they do take out. Zero Tenacity go for the Invoker. So it turns out it's going to be a Snapfire offlane, or is it going to be a Phoenix offlane? It can be either one, really. But a Phoenix plus Nyx Assassin lane doesn't really seem that strong.
10 seconds.
The Bane is super good at making sure the Nyx Assassin can't really pull, and Nyx Assassin isn't really a hero that pulls effectively or all that well. You'll take in a lot of damage before you're able to pull those creeps. So I'm not sure who I'd actually prefer, the Phoenix or Snapfire offlane, but I would say that maybe the Snapfire offlane is a more meta offlane. G-Time, who did they go for? My screen froze when they were going for their lost hero, so I suppose we'll find out together when the screen resumes. It should. I saw the Phoenix wings move a little bit. And you do have to excuse me, guys. The recent patch, or actually not the recent patch, not the one that came out yesterday. It's ever since 7.41c came out that my Dota ends up bugging out at the very start of the game. But hopefully it turns out to be okay in a short while. Because I assume that you all can still hear me, because my OBS, my second screen, everything is running smooth there. There we go. It was the Queen of Pain that G-Time went with, and for some reason the spotlight is bugged on the Queen of Pain. I wonder if the game is actually paused or not. This is very interesting. This never really happened to me before. What I will do is I will reconnect into the game, and hopefully that should resolve the issue. I will tune into the starting screen, or rather just the matchup screen, and then I will reconnect into the game, and we'll be back into, or rather, no, actually, never mind, guys. Never mind. They did not like it very much. The game will. I do think the game was paused. Could have been paused, probably, which is why we saw the screen flash away. Moonlight is playing the Queen of Pain now, 22 and 14 as why is the game freezing like that? Never mind.
Prepare for battle.
The game is definitely going to be paused now. As Cloud is I too was lagging. So maybe it's just overall lag. Now, of course, what they're probably referencing is latency rather than FPS. Or I mean, it could be FPS as well. I don't really know. Too many darn wizard. Interesting, this voice line that Mixer just spammed out is present on every single hero, or nearly every single hero. The wizard that they're referring to is, I assume, the voice lines were made for the developers, just to showcase or give them some love in the game. Because if you Google how many heroes have this wizard voice line, not the exact same one, they each have a different way to reference the wizard. You'll actually find quite a lot. I'll try to find it for you guys. So if you go to Dota2fandom.com, right, there's a wiki on the shitty wizard. So where I previously said that most heroes have it, every single hero in the game actually has that voice line, or just a voice line referencing the wizards. So go check it out if you want. If someone wants the link, I can always post it in the chat. But that depends on if there is any interest in any of you to go through it. See, it makes us spam it again. Too many darn wizards. I agree. There are too many darn wizards.
Seconds to battle.
Desire and Vorik hanging about over on the side, thinking about how they want to approach this position. I would actually say that their lineup isn't exactly super strong at the level 1 mark, but Desire, he'll throw out that stun and Slimy will get caught in it. Now, at the very least, G-Time will still be able to pick up 2 bounty runes, so it's not really all that relevant. I do wonder where this net worth difference actually comes from. Like, 6 pos 4s have more than the pos 5s. Huh. I would have to actually think about that one. Because everyone technically starts off with the same net worth. But who really knows? Mixo will be playing the Snapfire, so it is the Snapfire off lane alongside Desire. Not exactly the strongest of lanes with the next assassin, but you have multiple stuns. And Salian needs to be careful because if he does get caught out of position, even though he has the Nightmare, it's still going to be very difficult for him to get out. Bashka can't help him. Right? Bashka is playing a Luna. So to close the gap on a Snapfire means you're closing the gap on that Scatterblast, and you really don't want to be in that position. You also, the range is interesting because I do believe that the Bashka's attack range is within the AoE or within the range of that Fire Snap cookie. So you have to be careful when you go in for the punches. Meanwhile, Moose, Slimy is going to throw out that Blood Grenade. But when you take a look at the lost hits, it is Mixer who is doing very well for himself. Mid lane is going to be the Invoker versus Moonlight.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Mixer has a Snapfire cookie. We'll activate it. Scatterblast is not going to land on the Bane, though. It only procs on Bashka. So Salian will be able to walk away. Didn't have the Brain Sap, so that damage could have possibly been enough to take him down. But Mixer was also focused more on lost hitting than he was on applying damage towards Salian. Those are some things that you could adjust around for Zero Tenacity. Moonlight. well, he is walking away, thinking about what exactly he wants to be going for. Invoker versus Queen of Pain isn't exactly a one-sided matchup. I would say that it is still a skill-based matchup where Moonlight does have to be careful about where and when he blinks, right? You don't want to have your blink off of cooldown in a compromised position where the cold snap procs on you and then the Chaos Meteor might actually just fall down, or rather a Sunstrike, or even just the cold snap procs alongside the Force Burst. That itself could be deadly for Moonlight. At the same time, a single rotation coming in from either the Rubik or the Bane could be enough to take out Warwick, even though it does seem unlikely that's going to happen. I don't think the Bane can rotate away, because then you leave the Luna alone. The Rubik can, because you have a Largo, and I do think that Cloud can survive for as long as he needs to, really. There's no stun on this safe lane from Z10. But we will have to see. As far as the dispels go, there's not really too much that Cloud can dispel away, apart from the Phoenix's debuffs. There is still dispels from the Invoker that you could dispel away, of course. The Cold Snap, namely one of them. Desire is here. Surprising that he's the one who came in to try and take away the Water Rune, of course, but wasn't exactly successful, because I do believe, or rather, no, they were successful. Warwick and Desire secure the Water Runes away from Moonlight, who has an empty bottle right now. Warwick is also able to find quite a few good lost hits, but Moonlight, he was able to find the Observer Board Deny. So that is quite big for the Queen of Pain. You see Warwick on 16 lost hits, the Queen of Pain on 18, so it is a dead even mid lane, I would say. The carries are also having plenty of farm. And the game has now come past that 5-minute mark. So that means whenever first blood happens, it's going to give a big advantage to whoever is able to grab that. It does seem Mixer is going to be in a bit of trouble. Salian has a level 2 Brain Sap, applies it on Mixer, who has that Lotus, so he'll stay safe. Desire is going to be the one to take in quite a bit of damage and might actually have fallen down there. The lost hit damage is simply, or rather barely, not enough. The Nyx, or rather, Salian has a Brain Sap and will be able to draw first blood. Nyxa walked back into his own demise. Moose is here with the Phoenix, but even though he is Z10, it seems like they outmaneuvered themselves. That Phoenix coming in, giving them the false sense of security, as now, because the Phoenix rotated away, G-Time are able to make a play on Dream. 2 kills back to back, and in fact, a very big kill on the Terrorblade of all heroes. Cloud is going to be having a fantastic time.
The tide of night advances.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Salian, ooh, good Sunstrike, or rather the Scattered Blast damage is simply proving to be a bit too much. It is still going to be interesting to see how they'll apply a counter pressure towards Bashka, who had an essentially free game last time around, and you can't really give that, give the Luna another free game. It is Moose who can't exactly dive away. Bashka with a Lucent Beam was always going to be able to stop him from his dive, and will be able to find yet another good start to this second game. Now, is it going to be a good enough start to make sure that they can close out the game this time around? If they are playing against a weaker offlane,
Under attack.
I would say between the Largo core and the Snapfire core, I would pick the Largo, but for different reasons. I think the Snapfire core presents the opportunity to dish out some serious damage. So if your Invoker is able to create the control and create the setup, then I would imagine the Snapfire comes out ahead. But if the Invoker can't do that, then you might as well have been better off with a hero like the Largo. right? Or maybe an Underlord or a Mars or something, or like a Tidehunter, something that offers you more control in the team fights. Because you will lack some serious frontline. Who is going to be taking in damage? Invoker's not going to be the one on that front line, neither is your carry. But this is one of those games where he might just be forced to do so. Warwick is inside the frog, so Moonlight has that Sonic Wave, will dish it out, but Warwick used the wand. Cloud doesn't have a sentry, neither does Slimy, so that's a wasted Sonic Wave. They weren't able to read Warwick's magic wand, he just healed right back up, and the amount of HP that he has suggests to me that even with the Sonic Wave, that might not have been enough. Moonlight did not have enough mana for the additional Scream of Pain, so wouldn't have been able to pick up the kill regardless. Ooh, good use of the Carapace. Stun also comes down. Moonlight thought he could get a sneaky Scream of Pain in alongside that Nightmare, but very well played by the Phoenix. Cloud as well as Slimy.
known by many names. But
No, I would actually imagine that the 3 kills that Dire side have are good, but are they good enough? Because Warwick is uncontested. Sure, he doesn't have as many lost hits, but he is ahead of the Queen of Pain in that regard. They're terribly stacking up, and in a simple one-to-one matchup between the TB and the Luna, I would actually imagine the TB comes out ahead. Fiend's Grip is going to be mitigated, but the Fate Bolt is going to take out moves. Desire is going to come in with a stun, but has really nowhere to go. Sonic Wave this time around cannot be dodged. Desire will fall. 2 quick kills coming out for G-Time. And that is a very good start. Bashka is just dishing out damage towards this tier 1 tower. Catapult Wave is coming in. As Warwick, he'll find that Tornado alongside the Meteor Hammer as well. The Mortimer's flying down and Bashka will fall. Z10 get the biggest kill they can. And Bashka was way too far out. When we switch over to the net worth, he's still at the very top of the net worth chart, right? Simply because he has the most amount of lost hits. He has quite a lot of, I would say, I do wonder if he's going to be going for a different itemization build. The Eclipse this game is good, but against the illusions of the TB, right? You create 5 illusions, or rather run around with 5 illusions that will soak up the majority of the Eclipse beams. With the Mantis style, of course. So it's not exactly a good Scepter game. There's also the Carapace, which will soak 1 beam. Invoker has the Ghost Walk, Phoenix has the Dive, although I'm not sure the Dive will be possible against the Scepter Eclipse. Dream coming in with the Metamorphosis. Tier 1 tower is going to go down, and that should be a decent enough opening for Z10. Bashka tried to apply whatever pressure he could in the early phases of the game. And they are looking towards Bashka once more. Tornado is going to be there. It does catch out Bashka. Meteor Hammer is going to land down as well, and Bashka will be frozen in place. Egg will also be committed, because why not? If you're able to pick up a core, or really the most valuable core in the game for G-Time, or rather, the most valuable core in the game overall, right? This. Between Dream and the Luna, the Luna's job is much harder this game. Because the control, you know, you have a Largo and the Bane, so I as well as a Rubik, to be fair. So I wouldn't say their control is lacking, but the Invoker is just too good at that one singular aspect. Like the amount of control. Oh no, the Queen of Pain, Illusion Rune is gonna be able to blink away.
thanks to that. But Slimy may not be able to make it very far. Fire Spirits as well as the Cold Snap, and Slimy is a goner. There are now 4 heroes from Zero Tenacity present on this mid lane, with Moonlight not in possession of too much HP. He may have that one infused raindrop, but the Meteor Hammer will mean that Zero Tenacity, they might just be able to take out this tier 1 tower. Cloud does come in, but he's all alone with the Largo. That Frog Stomp is going to enable them to at least make sure the Forest Spirits fall and buy them enough time for Moonlight to come back in. Alongside Slimy, everyone's joining the mid lane. We'll see who comes out ahead. Ooh, good carapace once again, and a great Snapfire Cookie! The Mortimers are going to come flying in! Moonlight has that blink available at that very last second, but again, it is Slimy who went down, and because he fell, the Meteor Hammer is gonna take care of that tier 1 tower. Zero Tenacity playing this very quick, very simple, as Dream with the Metamorphosis will be able to take apart the last tier 1. They have all 3 tier 1 towers taken down, while they have all 3 tier 1s up for their own team. Desire is going to steal away the Shrine of Wisdom at that 14-minute mark as well to add insult to injury. And G-Time, this is tricky. This is very tricky now. You're both playing a 4v1 draft, like both teams are, and one side has more space to farm. So one side is clearly much further ahead as far as their 4v1 goes. The Queen of Pain is also a snowball-oriented hero, but he's not really snowballing. His Sonic Waves haven't done much, apart from that one kill on the Nyx. So how exactly are they going to build up space for their Luna? That is going to be the big question. It's a question that is, well, they'll have to solve. Salian, he does have the Fiend's Grip. He will choose to plant it down on Mix-Up. Phoenix does dive in alongside that egg. Mix-Up still hasn't gone down, but the Eclipse should take care of him. Meanwhile, the backline supports are going to fall. Desire barely missing his Impale. And Bashka should be able to walk away thanks to that. They do catch vision of the Luna though, so he's not safe quite just yet. Desire is going to be chasing in after him. Tornado is going to be on cooldown, so Bashka will be able to make it out. 1 for 2 overall. Not that bad for G-Time. Not that bad for Z10 either. I would actually say that's a pretty much even exchange. In fact, just by the sheer numbers, Z10 do get more out of it. But I would imagine that the Snapfire losing out on his life is, you know, he's going to be missing out on some critical farm.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Moonlight. Tornado is there alongside that Chaos Meteor, but the Cold Snap, it is not going to work. Not with Cloud right beside the Queen of Pain. So he didn't, the Invoker doesn't even attempt it. I wonder how many, I know the Meteor Hammer, the Deafening Blast, cannot be dispelled. A lot of these abilities cannot be dispelled. Chaos Meteor can. So Chaos Meteor, Cold Snap, those are the only 2 real abilities that can be dispelled. Tornado says it can be dispelled away as well, but how do you use the dispel while you're up in the air, right? So Desire,
Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Dream will be able to take out that tier 2 tower, and Z10, they're just
Has fallen.
building up space. More and more space around the map.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's structures
Salient is also going to be caught out. Forest Spirit's going to receive the cookie, but they'll receive a Bane in place of that. So it's still only 1,000 net worth advantage. We do have to keep that in mind. So despite of all the objectives Z10 are getting, Bashka is doing a great job at continuing to farm up. So too is the Queen of Pain, nearly having matched the net worth of that Invoker, but is the least farmed core in the game. Largo is still pretty farmed up too on Cloud. It has that Sanj and Kaya, flying in. So they do have some things going their way. It's just not enough things going their way is the thing. They've still yet to build up some space around the map. Now, one thing they have been good at is that Fiend's Grip. This time around, they'll plant it on Desire. It's not really the best trade, but the smoke was broken, so might as well go for it. And maybe transition this into a tier 1 tower. No Nyx Assassin, no one else in position either. Muse has the egg, so he could potentially come in.
Tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And they do find the tier 1 tower, mitigating the lead that Z10 possessed. Open up the map for their own bit, so the next Fiend's Grip is also going to be, the ease of execution is going to be there. At the same time, you do have a Pipe of Insight built up from the Phoenix. There is a bit of difference in the net worth as far as the supports are concerned, right? The Phoenix is very well farmed. This is a position 5 Phoenix, by the way, who's only about 1,600 net worth behind the Queen of Pain. Or rather, actually, no, he's 2,600 behind the Queen of Pain. That's quite a lot. That's that changes when I do point out those numbers. Desire? Wow, the Queen of Pain, he walked, or rather blinked right into that one. Oh, that is awkward. That is awkward indeed. Killing spree going the way of Moose and G-Time, that one is really going to hurt them. That is... He did pick up the amplified damage. Maybe when you come back, you're going to be able to use that rune and try and take a fight. Slimy is trying to go for the teleport away, will not be successful. Meanwhile, Salient also died. So G-Time, they are kind of giving up their positions and crumbling all across the map. That is not what you want to do. Tormentor is again going to be up. Zero Tenacity, they know how to play with their timings. They will move into the Tormentor immediately and will be able to take it down.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
A 5-man smoke comes out.
Invisibility?
Throughout the eons, I have been known by many names, but my true name of power is
Desire. He is going to be sending down his Impale. Sunstrike also lands alongside that Essence Distiller, but it's not really going to take out the Queen of Pain. It will force him to teleport back to the fountain. So maybe Z10 are going to look for additional plays. That 1,000 lead doesn't look so small any longer. It's a 6,000 lead now at the 22-minute mark. It is significant. Slimy is going to be caught over on the mid lane. Has nowhere to go, really. Sunstrike is not going to be the one or the one spell that takes him out. Mixo will pick up the kill. And again, where the Snapfire was struggling in the early phases of the game, he has a Blink Dagger and a Kaya up now. They have everything they need, really. It's not even Dream that is the biggest factor, because it's just a terrible at a 22-minute mark. He doesn't have as much, right? But it's the fact that this Invoker is fully online. It's the fact that this Snapfire is fully online, or rather online enough to dish out like around 1,000 to 1,500 damage. The Invoker too has that Octarine core in just about, well, he has it now thanks to the Roshan goal that came in. Dream now in possession of that Aegis means 5 more minutes of complete free farm for the Terrorblade. You can't even go in on him. It's too risky. And they don't have the initiation capacity. Right? That is probably something that was my bad, because I didn't really talk about that. But who's supposed to be the one going in? Is it Moonlight who's supposed to jump in? Is it the Largo who's supposed to merrily sing his way inside of a team fight? Is it the Bane who, with the Ether Lens to start things off with the Fiend's Grip, that he should never really be able to get off, because all you really need to cancel this one is just a Tornado? Or is it the Rubik with that lift? A lot of possibilities, none of them are good. None of them are sure shot ways of initiation, or none of them give you that, you know, that factor, that hit factor, that 1 to 2 seconds of burst time. Sure, you have that sonic wave, but is that going to be enough to burst someone down?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mix up. Sonic Wave is going to be there. He is teleporting back, or at least will attempt to teleport back. So a great pickoff. A lot of the kills that they've found are at the back of Salient's Fiend's Grip. I will say that. So he has been the one to find these successful initiations as far as the pickoffs are concerned. I've yet to see a convincing team fight, but maybe Bashka, with the way that he is farming up, if they're able to consistently find these kinds of pickoffs, they may be able to hold the game long enough so that Bashka can start to look for some fights going his way, but it's going to be hard. You're playing into a Terrorblade. Salient will get caught and will just immediately... Okay, he won't immediately die thanks to the lick, but he will die regardless. Zero Tenacity once like... Oh no, Cloud got caught towards the side! How did Desire make his way in, is my question. Did he just walk in? Without your Largo, without a Sonic Wave available for about 30 seconds, this is a free lane of barracks. So that earlier pickoff on the Snapfire, turns out it actually hurt them more than giving them some space.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Gate or outpost is going to be collected. Aegis is still up for a full entire minute. It is again going to be Salient to get caught. And every time he gets caught by Warwick, he is guaranteed to fall. That gem belongs to... Does it really belong to the... I think it does. I think they've stopped showing who actually bought the gem.
Metamorphosis alongside that Alacrity, dishing out damage towards that tier 2, tier 3 tower actually. They also have the pipe, they also have the meteor hammer. They have so much damage going into these objectives, and I'm not really sure if G-Time will be able to hold off this kind of a push. Aghanim Scepter up for the Queen of Pain, great against the Terrorblade. So if an extended team fight does happen, you do have some ways to fight. It's just not enough ways. I don't know. I see an 11,000 lead at the 28-minute mark. I see a Terrorblade who is so farmed up. I see an Invoker who is so farmed up. 5,000 ahead of the Queen of Pain. And I see a Largo with minimal to no impact. And all because there's no initiation coming in. Salient, where he's able to find a few quick kills. Like, you take a look at this Bane, 1, 7, and 6. Forget the deaths. He has 1 kill and 6 assists. He has 7. He's been involved in 7 of the 8 kills. None of the other heroes have that same kill participation. Apart from Moonlight, he's 4-1-1. You know, he has 50% of the kills that G-Time have. But my point is, who's supposed to be the glue in this lineup, in this game? Who's supposed to be the one to hold it all together? Does someone have that role? Or is it just kind of do what you can? We'll find out one way or the other. Ooh. Desire missed his Earth Spike. Or rather, the Impale. It's not really an Earth Spike. I wonder why they have different names for it. Dream going in. We will have to see how that actually works out. 5-man smoke. You can't give up your second lane of barracks here is the big problem. It is the Bashka who gets caught. He does have a BKB. Good Sonic Wave coming in by Moonlight. Unfortunately, he may not be able to make it very far. Unable to blink away, and now without the Scream of Pains coming in, how do you defend this barracks? The creep wave is no longer there, and the backdoor protection is going to kick in, so maybe that will be enough to push them back. Oh, Slimy though? He lifts back the Terrorblade. Again, very limited points of initiation. To the point where I don't know if it's enough. Okay, Rubik. Okay, Slimy. He was... So, he wanted to Ghost Walk and take out the creeps instead of using his Fate Bolt. Which is one way to go about it. It's not the right way, but it is one way.
Look at his waddle.
Desire. Stormcrafter? Oh, I don't know who the Fiend's Grip went towards. Salient, though, he'll still be able to make it out, so I suppose that is something. Fiend's Grip now down for about 100 seconds. I still hear the Fiend's Grip. Or I was hearing it.
gem now no longer on the Invoker. It's in the hands of the Nyx Assassin. And sure, they are holding on to their barracks, but Bashka's net worth has been overtaken by the Terrorblade. He does have a Butterfly of his own, but Dream has a Skadi. And this Skadi means that the healing coming out from Cloud is not that effective. Roshan is going to roar, where as Jita, I'm not sure where they're... Are they going through the gate?
Radiant are scanning.
Do they want this Tormentor? Okay, it's the Tormentor that they want. It is obviously not a good enough trade, but it's perhaps the only one they can find around the map. Salian, he is going to fall. Get fucked. And the voice lines immediately come out.
Is under attack. Middle barracks has fallen. Dire are scanning.
Dream. Three-man reflection comes out as Jesus is going to be able to Hurricane Pike away. Bashka is in a compromised spot. Tornado is not going to catch him, but the EMP surely will. BKB is activated as Bashka has no choice but to fight back. Vorik is going to be hit by the grip and will fall. G-Time have a pretty good fight starting off, but they are going to be losing their heroes, and Bashka, he can't sustain this fight when he doesn't have a BKB. He is now down for about 80 seconds without a buyback available. It is going to be the supports who will come back into this. But Dream, he will make quick work of these barracks. Without the Luna for about 70 seconds, sure, the Queen of Pain does have a buyback, but you don't have a Rubik any longer either. Moonlight has also bought back into this game. Blink is going to be available. He'll be able to make it back to his fountain. But Dream might just continue forward towards these barracks. His Moose also bought back. And sure, it is a 3v4, no Invoker, but it's Cloud who gets caught. And GG will be the call by the Largo. G-Time lose this series. Zero Tenacity take it 2-0. The second game much more convincing than the first one. Just going to show that they are the more experienced organization, but the performance by Bashka has been pretty good in both of these two games. Being able to find his farm, I do think that the draft, there were a few issues with the draft from G-Time. There, no initiation, right? We saw them very much struggle to start off those team fights. But let's see what the future for G-Time will hold, as we do have an entire tournament left. Zero Tenacity, though, they will have their first win. Meanwhile, we will have another series lined up for you. The last series of today is going to be between, I believe, Illiverse versus Spirit Academy. There's no Rubicon, but Spirit Academy is still there. We'll be back for EPL after a bit of a break, actually. It's going to be about 25 minutes, so don't go anywhere, guys, and stay tuned.
10 seconds remaining.
Hey guys, welcome back to the European Pro League season number 38. Ilbers versus Team Spirit Academy in a best of 3. The previous series was won by Zero Tenacity. The series before that was rescheduled, and the series before that which was brought to you by Dodai. Actually don't remember who won that series.
10 seconds remaining.
Ilbers, meanwhile, they have themselves an Alchemist. Team Spirit Academy have themselves up a Largo. That is, of course, their absolute favorite hero to pick up. They have also picked up something very interesting. It is going to be a Zeus on that mid lane. I'm not really too sure about how well that works out. It's a very niche pick, right? But against a Lich Alchemist and a Snapfire, much of the damage of the Zeus is going to be mitigated by that Frost Armor, at least in the team fights. And then how are you going to survive when the full force of Ilbers jumps on top of you? Are you going to rely on the Ringmaster, who, to be fair, is great against magical damage heroes, but the Mortimers often at times does take out the boxed hero, because the box, it's in a circle, right? And the Snapfire Mortimer, essentially, you create a target out of someone who you choose to box with those Snapfire Mortimers coming out. So we'll see how exactly that takes place, the matchup, or rather the comparison, the contrast between Ringmaster and Snapfire. Meanwhile, Ilbers, they have to pick up a mid lane hero. They see the Zeus. They have plenty of options. They could just go for a Void Spirit or an Ember Spirit, since the Puck, Storm, and Queen of Pain are all banned out. So not really too many options, but still some options. You could also opt in for a Pangolier, since it's not banned. Slardar could also be in the pool. The absolute damage that you're going to be able to dish out. It doesn't matter if the Alchemist doesn't, he builds up to that Aghanim Scepter, just plays with the Radiance for a lot of the game, a lot of the early to mid game. But with a Slardar, Corrosive Haze coming in, you don't necessarily need your Alchemist to have, just that overall flashy farm. You can just play with the Radiance and a Blink Dagger. As Ilbers will decide no, they will go to the Ember Spirit to look for some, for their answers. Team Spirit Academy, they need to pick up a carry. They see the Alchemist. There are plenty of carry heroes that can stack up against the Alch. Lifestealer, though, which was one of the better heroes, is not going to be available. So you'll probably go for a ranged hero. Maybe a Terrorblade. To be fair, ranged half of the time. But the reason I recommend a TB is it's a natural Scotty builder. And you need a Scotty against the Alchemist. No one on your team can build up to a Vessel. So you kind of need to mitigate the healing some way or the other. Another reason why I do mention, well, I mean, to be fair, the Terrorblade isn't super good in this scenario. I would actually imagine that Ilbers have a very good anti-carry draft. The only real thing that a hard carry would do, a late game carry would do for Spirit Academy, is take away a lot of the pressure from the Zeus, or rather a lot of the spotlight away from the Zeus, and Ilbers will just target the carry instead. But we'll see what the case will be, as Ilbers certainly, this new roster does pack in quite a punch, right? Nefrit, Niche, Ponlo, as well as Vanilli. We've been seeing these players for quite a while, and they are certainly very interesting to watch, especially Niche on his positions. But Spirit Academy, thinking about what it is they want to be going for, they are burning away a lot of their reserve time, but they will finally decide to go for a Swen. That is not the hero that I was expecting. That is not the hero that I was expecting at all. Swen's great against the Alchemist because you have such a high amount of attack damage that within your own BKB duration, you can take out the Alchemist. All you really need is to get to that Daedalus point. Daedalus, Echo Saber, BKB, Blink Dagger. You take out the Alchemist. Right? But after the BKB runs out, there is no way that the Swen should be able to carry this game outside of the BKB duration. So I would actually imagine that the 9-8-7 seconds of the BKB are what Kiseki is going to be playing with. Because the reason I mentioned this is Swen hates control. Swen is one of those melee carries that really does not like being controlled, is very weak against control. And Ilbers have that in spades. Vanilli with the gaze,
Snapfire with the cookie. Brewmaster, the absolute best offlaner as far as control goes, right? Just take out the Swen in the team fights entirely. Just send him up into the air, and then you're faced up against just the 4 heroes who are easy to take down. Not to mention Ember Spirit, who can just dodge away the Stormhammer with his Remnant and has the Searing Chains, right? Each and every single one of Ilber's heroes have a stun, have a disable, have some kind of defensive maneuver against the Swen, some kind of control mechanism against the Swen, which is why I think that Ilber's draft is much stronger. It just depends on if this Alchemist works out, and for Spirit Academy, it depends if Kiseki is able to find his farm. That is what this game boils down to. It is a very weird, one-to-one carry matchup. Normally we don't have this kind of a matchup. It is in some way a 4 protect 1 for both sides. Alchemist has leaned away from the 4 protect 1 because he really only needs the protection for I would say around 15, 20, 25 minutes of the game. After that, you fall back to old habits. You go back, you start playing as a team. The Alchemist nowadays plays with the team a lot earlier than most other heroes do.
Prepare for battle.
What's your step?
Pink smoke of deceit. I never actually... Oh, rather, they're both pink. How is this happening? Is this because of the new patch? I just realized that I don't think this was here before in the previous series. I am just noticing this. Why? Not why, I'm just noticing it. Why is this? Why? Is it? There must be a reason for this. Right? I'm just ignorant, perhaps. 4-man smoke comes out from the side of Ilber's. I do have to tune in the logo since neither of these two teams have the logos panned in. But to hold that thought, there might be a bit of a brawl. Doesn't really take place though. It is just 2 and 2 bounty runes each. I do apologize, guys. I'm trying to find the Spirit Academy logo, and as soon as I find it, I should be able to pan it in. It is not there, so I will have to spend some additional time actually grabbing that up. Just give me one moment. Meanwhile, the last hits over on the mid lane. Ember Spirit versus Zeus is a very interesting matchup. I would imagine that Niche should look for the Flame Guard. That should enable them to... At the very least, that should enable... It should enable the Ember to survive. Because otherwise, it does become quite hard. Niche might actually have to go for those infused raindrops too. But the thing about the infused raindrops against the Zeus is that you're able to proc the raindrop with just your Arc Lightning. You don't have to use your Thunderbolt for it. And I do wonder what kind of an itemization 86 will actually go for. Is it going to be just the right-click Zeus, or is he going to be going for some of those, some of that magical damage at the back of the Aghanims and Refresher? That could certainly be the way that he goes at it. Okay, almost done, guys. Just give me one more. There we go. The logos are now up. Oh, Kiseki, he does seem to be in a bit of a bind. Does take in quite a bit of damage. I don't know if he's going to go down, though. Blood Grenade is going to come in. They are not going to die if that tower. Kaiferd was able to hold them back with his Whiplash, with his daggers. Has expended most of his mana as Nefrit. He is very good at punishing a Swen. Kiseki in the laning phase doesn't really have too much going in the way, or rather, I've actually turned out the logos the wrong way around, so I do apologize for that. There we go. They're now back up. Coming back to the game, of course, the side of Spirit Academy are doing a much better job at the laning phase. As far as the lost hits are concerned, you take a look at Manam, he doesn't have actually too much CS. Even the Brewmaster, who despite of being able to pressure the Swen, doesn't have too much CS. The Ember Spirit also down on about 17 or 18 lost hits compared to someone like the Zeus. And I would actually imagine that they need to do better. They need to be better, because this amount of CS is not enough. The Alchemist is very dependent on his Radiance timing. If this is going to be one of those 17 to 18 minute Radiances, then you're giving the Swen what he wants. You're giving the Swen the space to get to that Daedalus and shut you down. As Kiseki, 1v1 against the Brewmaster isn't as bad of a matchup, even if he can't trade as well, but he can certainly find his lost hits. He has around 90 attack damage compared to the 71 of the Brewmaster. Neither of them have a Quelling Blade, but Kiseki should be able to out-CS the Brew, or at the very least make sure that Nefrit can't actually deny any of these creeps.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As 86, he has actually queued up the Gaia. Aghanim Shard is just for the ability to flash farm. It's actually an insane ability to flash farm. The Lightning Hands, you gain the 50% of an Arc Lightning, which is around 90 bouncing magical damage at the back of a single right click. Which is insane if you think about it. It's like a permanent, rather after the hole I thought, as another Fire Stamp Cookie comes in, Kiseki, or rather the Whiplash from Kaiferd dodged away by Nefrit. Very well done by him, but still only about a bit of pressure on Kiseki, not too much. Apart from that, he is still going to continue his farm. He has a healing salve, so all that will really do is force out his healing salve. Apollo is able to break away the salve. Kiseki should have been a bit more careful about that. He should have actually gotten back inside of his own tower before he popped that salve, as it does mean that Kaiferd might actually be the target here. Has a dagger to use, but will be slowed down by that Scatter Blast, and that should be first blood, but not for Ilbers. It will be drawn by Spirit Academy towards that bot lane as Idar takes out Manam, and instantly will go for a teleport. Nefri does not see this one coming in. They need to protect Kiseki as he throws out his Storm Hammer, but is very slow. Is not going to be able to make it very far because Vanilli is here too with that Frost Blast, and even though you do have that Bramble Maze Strike coming in by Idar, he also dishes out that Cursed Crown towards Ponlo, but he does manage to find the Fire Snap Cookie at the very edge. Cypher though comes in. That should be another kill. 3 heroes down for the side of Ilbers as Spirit Academy. They punish Ilbers really hard for diving for Kiseki. Or diving towards Kiseki.
Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom tower.
And again, the Team Spirit Academy are probably the best semi-professional team that are, that can play the Largo. I have been very impressed by the Largo performances. I would actually go as far as to say that a lot of their games that they have managed to win are at the back of the Largo. That is, of course, without Rubicon, their former carry player, who, by the way, is going to the Esports World Cup in Paris. He has qualified, once he started off with Nemesis. 86 is the one in trouble, though this time around there is not going to be punishment coming out in response. No counterplay to be had as Ponlo is able to pick up a kill there.
Dire's middle
Thunder
tower
God's
is
Wrath
under
is going to be on cooldown for the next 30 seconds. But towards that bot lane, it is going to be Spirit Academy who will, at the very least, be able to punish Manim once more. The Alchemist goes down for a second time. And even though Niche is here on the Ember, he's just forced to Remnant out because there's no play to be made. Troubles all around, I would actually say. Nefrit is going for a Radiance. I would imagine that is... I mean, the Brew... It's okay. It's not the best. But if the goal is to farm up,
Dire's
if the goal is for your Alchemist to grant you that Aghanim Scepter, then going for a Radiance is not that bad. Nefrit will have an Aghanims plus a Radiance at around that 15-16 minute mark if he is the one to receive the Aghanims upgrade. There's a world where Niche is supposed to get the Aghanims. He can go for the Mage Slayer. Alchemist grants him the Aghanims, and suddenly he's able to play with the 5 Remnant charges. Massive boost to his damage output. Or just the kind of tempo that he can create. Manum, though, as far as giving the Aghanims goes, he is going to be a very long way from it. Doesn't have too much farm for himself.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Kai, or rather Vanilli, is going to be getting hit by that stun, but there is the Primal Spit that has come out, so Idar is going to get punished. They wanted to give the kill to Manim, but it's going to be Nefrit who'll actually grab it. Should have given the Alchemist the kill, because he's going to give you the Scepter, right? It's an investment. But so far, so good for the side of Ilbers, I would actually say. They're able to create a lot of pressure. Sure, they've tried so on the Swen, that's gotten punished, but they realized that, hey, they can pressure some of these other lanes. They've been able to take out the Zeus. Spirit Academy have fought back. They have punished, or rather, they have shut down Manim to an extent. I wouldn't say it's too big of an extent, but it's still at least a bit of something. And for the moment, they should be heading towards the... Well, they've taken the tier 1 tower towards that top lane.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Niche. Or rather, Kuiper. And Niche.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
The Ringmaster falls 5-5, evened out on the kill feed as Ponlo comes in. There are 4 heroes present here from the side of Ilbers. They want... There's no shrine to be had, but there's a tower that can be collected up. They will just make a play for it.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And sure enough, Ringmaster will respawn, but there's not too much that they can do.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Roads?
Dire are scanning.
Idar is going to be able to deny the rune thanks to Kuiper's dagger that just came in. Niche has that frost armor, and the frost block chain is just bouncing around. They walked into that one! Idar is going to fall as Spirit Academy make a blunder in their positioning, and even the Zeus is going to be collected. 86 to go down. And Kyford, man oh man, that dagger play was good. It enabled him to deny the rune, but he ran into the Chain Frost. And you can't do that. Well, you can, but you shouldn't do that. Like, that's an amateur's mistake. Kiseki,
Radiant's top tower is
he doesn't realize that he is about to be the target of a play. Or maybe he does, actually. Oh. Doesn't matter even if he realizes that the Mortimer snap cases are going to be flying in. Kiseki is going to fall. The Onage call comes out as sure enough, Ilbers were unable to pressure Spirit Academy at the early game, but right now there is a boatload of pressure on Spirit Academy, and they're unable to do anything about it. And I would actually say that 86 picking up a Zeus for himself, this is not working out too well for them. The timing for the Swen is going to be disabled, and sure, they were able to take out the Alchemist twice, but he's been free farming ever since, and it's not as if he has a bad timing on his Radiance. This is going to be a 14.5-minute Radiance, and that's perfectly alright for Ilbers.
bottom tower is under attack.
They're going to be receiving that Aghanim Scepter by, I would imagine, at 18 to 19 minute mark. Up for Niche, up for the Brewmaster, whichever hero they want to give it to. That is not looking too good for the side of Spirit Academy, as the game plan hinges on their Swen being able to farm up and become massive. He needs this Echo Saber, he needs the BKB and the Daedalus afterwards, because just the BKB and a Blink Dagger is simply not going to be good enough. You need massive amounts of damage output to be able to mitigate the healing coming out from the Alchemist. Not to mention, you need a damage output to make sure that the kite and the control doesn't kick in. You can burst someone down in the initial few seconds. It is the shock value of the Swen that enables him to carry games. And now you have a Radiance.
Dire's top tower is
So
under
even if you
attack.
do have a BKB, Nefrit has a 30% evasion. Or rather 25. It was, I guess, nerfed. 25% evasion. 1 out of 4 strikes from the Swen will miss. Echo Saber gives you 2 strikes. You can land 2 more with the Mask of Madness before Nefrit wakes up from the Stormhammer stun. But you might not be able to burst him down, because by the time you get to that Daedalus, Nefrit will have about 2.5 to 3,000 HP. I would assume. As Manam starts to work towards that first Aghanim Scepter. It's not even that bad for Manili, right? This could be a game where you just give Aghanims to every one of your teammates. Maybe not Ponlo, because he has a gobble. Even the gobble up is actually pretty good, because you can gobble up the Brewmaster, just sling him to the enemy side, right? Just send an alchemist-sized mortar. Kyford is going to be the one to fall down first. No, he gets the box out. He will still go down, but there is going to be a punishment in response. Ponlo falls, and Niche will remnant out. They make a play for the triangle. It doesn't work out quite as well as they were expecting, but again, they keep the pressure on the enemy side. Spirit Academy have to use 5 of their heroes just to push back at Ilbers. All the meanwhile, the Alchemist continues to farm. Nefrit continues to farm. And this isn't too bad for... Or rather, I would actually say that this is very good for Ilbers. 4,000 of a lead right now. Idar gets hit by the clap. But 86, he has the Mario jump. Will he be able to make it towards the other side? Niche has the remnant available, and it doesn't even matter. This Zeus performance, or rather, how good can a Zeus possibly play, is the thing in my mind. Like, how well do you really need your Zeus to be?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ringmaster Kuiper is going to be walking away from that intact.
But Ilbers are making gestures out of not just the Ringmaster, but out of everyone from Spirit Academy. As Nefrit, he has a Blink Dagger coming in the courier. And with that Blink Dagger, they might be able to actually make additional plays. The Brewmaster does not need to fear jumping right in the middle of 5, because he has the split. Kiseki, he wants to take a fight, activates his Mask of Madness, and as well as his God Strength, is able to take out Ponlo. Niche has the regen rune. Skyford is gonna ball when the Wheel of Wonder comes out. It doesn't catch Niche though. He has the regen rune, so he's perfectly alright. Nefrit will be able, potentially, no, he didn't use the split. And that means he just falls. Spirit Academy will be able to take out multiple heroes. Kiseki with a triple kill, and he's still not done. It is the Ember Niche who will remnant out, but man, oh man, that team fight was very shaky.
Dire's bottom
And there was no reason for that amount of risk, or to take that kind of a risk. And they're still not done. Kiseki with a Stormhammer on Niche as the mega kill streak goes the way of 86. Kiseki takes out the Observer Ward. They're just running over Ilbers.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Invisibility.
Radiant are scanning.
Ember Niche continuing to play on the opposing part of the map on enemy territory. And still, he's the one who hasn't really been punished. Sure, he did go down once. But now you do have the Aghanim Scepter up for Nefri, the first Aghanims of the game, as the Alchemist hasn't queued up another. So it does seem like Niche has to go for one himself. He can buy his own Aghanims. He can find his own farm. As he now has the Consecrated Wrap, so additional protection. It won't help him against the Swen, I would imagine. It helps him against the Zeus, because you do absorb... Or rather, it procs after you take in damage. Right, so if he uses a Lightning Bolt, I imagine the way that it works is that Niche will take in the Lightning Bolt damage first. So he'll take the full damage, but then the Consecrated Wraps will pop. Primal Split has come out, and that means Kiseki is going to pay for it. His killing streak goes the other way. Kyford is going to be revealed, will fall as well. 3 heroes will go down from Spirit Academy. It was only a matter of time before their brute force aggression was met in kind by Ilbers, and they were the ones to pay for it. Quite frankly, the Brewmaster split, once it comes out, there's nothing more to be found in a team fight. You need your BKB. And the fact that he isn't farming for it and choosing to take fights is a sign of desperation, is a sign that things aren't as calm in the Spirit Academy camp as they would like you to believe. They are scrambling for something, or rather scrambling for some space, some breathing room, some oxygen. As there's plenty to be found on the other side, the grass is greener on the Radiant side for sure. They have their tier 1 tower still standing. Right, the tier 2s of Spirit Academy, sure, they're still there, but
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. are scanning.
Ember get caught. Not really anything to happen from getting caught, of course. It is an 8,000 lead right now. The Zeus has his Aghanim Scepter. If he's able to get to his Refresher, that is around 1,000 magical damage he can apply on everyone on Ilber's lineup. It's not really going to matter all that much to the Brewmaster, who has the split available. Not really going to matter all that much to the Alchemist, because he has the healing, insane healing. And maybe not even to the Ember, who has that Flame Guard. Around 465 magic damage barriers. The first use of the Thunder God's Wrath is only going to take out his shield. And he has a Consecrated Wrath, which will immediately be popped. So he has quite a well-built toolkit to deal with that double Thunder God's Wrath. Sure, his supports are probably just going to die. The Lich barely has more than 1,000 HP. And I just want to take a look at the overall amount of damage. 725 times 2, that's around 1,450 damage. And if he uses that, you also lose 4.2% of your current health. So if the Lich has around 1,000 HP, he also... Okay, it's 40 HP, it's not that relevant. But it's still something, right? So 2 uses of Thunder God's Wrath, instead of 1,450, it'll actually deal around 1,550 to the Lich. But all in all, with the fact that the Lich has 40% magic resist, means that if 1,500 damage, he's going to mitigate like 800? Sorry, no, it'll be more like 700. So he'll have 400 HP left. Oh, Kiseki, he wants to go all in. Wheel of Wonder has also been sent out. Niche is not long for this world, as he will fall. Primal Split has come out. They've sent the Swen up into the air, but there's nothing left to fight for. You have no team around you. You're trying to run after Kiseki, who's just simply going to walk away. The cavalry does arrive, but it seems like Kiseki, he is ready for that. Manam will just melt to the Swen's cleaves. Snapfire is not going to be able to make it out either. Spirit Academy, they fight back hard. And again, it was the side of Ilbers who chose to brute force their way in. What was that maneuver by the Alchemist? Certainly disrespecting Kiseki like that. Not really evaluating the amount of damage that this Swen can dish out, especially with his God Strength up. You look at that damage, 4,000. And you really do have to be careful. Especially your Ember Spirit. You're not immortal. The fact of the matter is, the Swen should not be able to find you like that. You should be able to Remnant out. There is not really that much disabled here. 5-man lineup from Spirit Academy waiting for Roshan. There are no Mortimers. There is no Primal Split. So if they want the Aegis, this is the time to go. Within the first 30 seconds. Otherwise, the Split will be back up. The Mortimers will be back up. And then it's going to get harder. Because I imagine Ilbers will readjust to what Spirit Academy are attempting to do. Kiseki, his smoke is going to break this time around. The Ember was ready and waiting for that one. And now Spirit Academy's positions, they are revealed. There is no refresher up for the Zeus. Nefri this time around will pop the Primal Split very early on. BKB has been activated, but it's going to wear away. Kiseki needs to be very careful here. Scatterblast is going to disable his Blink Dagger. And it seems like Kaiford is the only real casualty of this fight. But Kai, his little froglings or tadpoles are visible. Niche will be able to disable his teleport away, and they'll be able to take him down, potentially even take away Roshan, which was supposed to be Spirit Academy's objective, but they wasted their time. Nefrid had the Primal Split come back up, and once he does, finding those team fights is very hard. And again, it seems like the theme really boils down to one simple fact. if you're the one jumping in, you have a shot at taking the team fight. You have a very good shot. You know, the Sven has several decent shots, especially once he gets his Daedalus. But if it's the other side who are able to come up with a split, if the Ember Spirit isn't locked down, I don't think you're winning the fight. Daedalus or no Daedalus. Quite frankly, we saw once the split came out, the Sven just had to run. Or rather, the only thing he could do was just to run.
By my whiskers, that's good stuff.
Ooh, Nefrit is going to be going down.
Dire are scanning.
They want to make a play towards the Shrine of Wisdom, but it's very deep. Instead, Kuiper will just drop an Observer Ward. Now, the kill on the Brewmaster was great. Oh, Manam. He's walking forward. They saw him with the Observer Ward. They know where he's at. Kiseki, with the God Strength, could be able to get it done. There is... Oh, no. Manam will be able to blink away. Kiseki has the Blink Dagger. Will still jump on top of Manam, attempting to take him down. But Manam will be able to fight back. In fact, the hits coming in from the Alchemist are so much towards Kiseki, he's not going to be able to make it out. The Swen will be the one to go down instead. That is a disaster for the side of Spirit Academy. Oh, that is awkward. That is the Alchemist actually dealing. I would imagine it's the corrosive weaponry. Or rather, the acid, maybe the acid spray armor. I don't know what it was. 300, around 310 damage from one single hit of the Alchemist. It's around the same as the Swen, except Swen has the critical strikes. But Manam has the chemical spray, 6 plus 5, 11 armor reduction
Dire's top tower has
in
fallen.
total. And sure, you have the Warcry, which gives you about 22 bonus armor, but 50% of that is just reduced. It's still... You still have 22 armor, though, so I am a bit surprised at that damage output. Nefrit, you don't have your Swen, so it's pointless trying to defend your tier 2 tower, and Idar is going to realize that. A brutal lesson. A painful reality check.
That really struck a chord. Illusion.
The Swen will actually just blink away.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 2 tower, the last one remaining, will fall. Spirit Academy have a very uphill task against them. And Ilvers, I mean, they have every bit of advantage. Another scepter coming in from the Alchemist hasn't yet been delivered. Who did he give it to? Did he sell?
Dire
No, he gave it to the Ember. Yeah, he just gave it to the Ember. It's right here on the left. I'm blind. selectively blind, as I like to call it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Deceptive rune of invisibility. Go for my top.
A 4-man smoke coming in from the side of Spirit Academy. Their smoke is going to be broken by Ponlo, but they don't know it's Snapfire there. He's hiding in the trees. So they're not going to risk anything. They'll just go back. They realize that if they lose the fight outside of their base, then it's going to be at least one lane of barracks. The Brewmaster split can take out the barracks very easily. And the Ember Spirit has now, with the Aghanim Scepter infused in, a lot of his survivability. I don't know if the Swen's damage output, even with the Daedalus Critical Strikes, is going to be enough to take the Ember down within that, within the 2 seconds of, or 1.75 seconds of the stun. As the Tormentor will be picked up by Nefrit. Liquid Courage coming in for, or rather the upgrade to the Liquid Courage. 3% max HP regen per second, so around 15% of your max HP restored. That's around
Radiant's middle tower is under
a
attack.
450 HP heal or more. Let's call it 500 HP heal on a 20-second cooldown. Not that bad, I would say. And if you give it to the Alchemist, combined with his chemical rage heal, oh, that is nasty.
The flames rush forth.
A 4-man smoke comes in from the side of Spirit Academy. They have you are faced up against a 20,000 net worth disadvantage. Manuli, he is an easy enough kill to get. But it doesn't do anything to budge this lead. Well, it budges it about 1,000 in their favor. 383, 130, 500 of a swing. But it's nothing relevant. They need to be able to get some cores. They need to be able to create some map pressure because the tier 1 towers, they still stand. So they have very limited room to actually play in. Just this one part of the triangle. Or rather, you know, the extended or big triangle, as I like to call it.
What's the ballyhoo?
And for some reason, Ilbers are also holding on. Like, Ilbers are also kind of, I don't know if I should call it wasting their time, but they're not contesting. They're not utilizing their advantage. Now, I get it. I completely understand. The Wheel of Wonder makes it so that, and even the Frog Stomp, right? The fact that the Swen can swipe away your backline support very easily means that a high ground approach is incredibly risky, but
sooner or later, you're going to have to decide when to go in. Roshan is up, and you shouldn't be giving away the Aegis. It is the second Aegis of the game. It comes with the banner. Spirit Academy, they really only need one really good team fight. If they're able to team wipe Ilbers, I actually think the Spirit Academy will probably win the game. But that's if that happens, and it's so hard to actually make that happen. But the Aegis actually goes a long way in making sure that happens. So, what is the game plan? 86 with a double Thunder God's Wrath as well as the Nimbus. Let's say 380 damage times 2, that's 760. Times 2 because you have the Nimbus as well. 2 Nimbuses, actually. So, 2 Nimbuses, 2 Lightning Bolts. That's around 1520 damage, and then around another 1500 for the Thunder God's Wrath. So he can actually deal 3000 damage to a single target. Or let's just say 2500 damage. And that's not even factoring in the static field, right? When you use it, that 5% is around 150 additional damage on someone like the Ember Spirit, on someone like the or rather all the three melee cores. So it's hard to calculate. It's well, not hard, but it's speculative, I would say, the amount of damage that the Zeus can deal. But theoretically, the sky's the limit. And just putting it in a very simple to understand way, there is plenty of damage available on the side of Spirit Academy that they can wipe out Ilbers. Like, it's not out of the question. The only thing is, similar to how Ilbers have to play around that BKB of the Swen, that's the same thing. That's what Spirit Academy needs to do as well, right? His Zeus's damage output does not really work against the BKBs, or at least up to a degree. The 60% magic resistance coming in means that the Zeus's damage output is reduced by half, more than half. And as far as the magical damage output goes, he still hits quite a lot, especially with the shard, but I doubt he wants to right-click down the kind of lineup that the opposing team has.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's
And we're heading into another one of those 40-plus minute games. Oh, Zeus. He is up on that cliff, and they will be able to spot him out. The Lich instantly blinks forward, and the Zeus is a goner. Nefrid activates his BKB, blinks on forward, is unable to catch anyone. Kai is running for his life, and they realize that without the Zeus, they can't actually take a fight. They might have just given up Roshan at the back of that. Well, with that loss. Niche is chasing after Kai. I believe they caught a whiff of him, so Kai will just use his BKB and teleport away. So too will the Willow. Will they chase after him through the gate? The Willow actually disabled his teleport, so they won't need to. They're still going for it, though. I believe they want to go towards Kiseki while the others go towards Roshan. They're inside of the pit. That 86's death gave them an easy entry inside of the Roche pit. And towards that top lane, Cypher. Or rather, they'll make a play towards Ponlo. However, it is going to be a 1-for-1. Sure, Kiseki was able to pick up the kill there, but it does beg the question, how much more can the Swen possibly farm up, and how much of a difference will it make? The Satanic is surely good, but it's very situational on the Swen. Are you going to be able to find the space in the team fights to be able to get those 1 or 2 right clicks to heal back up? Or is the other side going to control you and lock you down? That's really what it comes down to for a hero like the Swen. He's not a range hero. He's not. It's relatively easy to chain lock the Swen, or just avoid his damage altogether. Outside of lockdowns, which the other side don't actually have. The Wheel of Wonder is a great spell, and theoretically, Kiseki has the BKB. They want to force this BKB out. Vanilli will drag Kiseki back, and the BKB, there she goes. And they'll just go back on the side of Ilbers. Now the question is, they have a BKB. Are they going to go high ground?
because it's still as risky. Like the Aegis, right? They have the Aegis. Are they going to go high ground? The risk hasn't changed. You still lose the fight, or rather, the potential for Spirit Academy to reverse the fight or reverse the game at their own high ground is ever present, with or without the Aegis. Even if this is a third Aegis, even if you have a banner and a refresher shot, cheese going your way, I don't think the scenario does change. But it doesn't give you a one-sided advantage. It doesn't mean that you're now super far ahead. Just on that high ground in specific. Now, Nefri does have the refresher shard. Or sorry, the refresher orb. Let's see if it'll make a difference. The one singular play, or rather the two ways
Are scanning.
Ilbers have of approaching that high ground. One, take out the Swan. Very simple. Two, take out 86. Those are the only two ways. Taking out the Largo, the Willow, or the Ringmaster does not do it. It does not cut it. You need to be able to take out the damage-dealing cores, which the magical source of which is 86, the physical source of which is Kiseki. And the thing is, even if you box them in, their Zeus and their Swen are still farmed up. The banner has been placed down, so let's see what kind of an attempt they will make for this high ground, if it'll be an attempt at all.
Middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Niche will go in, has his Flame Guard dispelled, double licks coming in by Kai. And there we go. The Ember Niche loses about 1500 of his HP without the Zeus dishing out his spells, by the way. He didn't use the Nimbus, he didn't use the Thunderbolt, or even the Arc Lightning. He didn't use anything. That was just the Largo. Oh, Alchemist, he jumps in. Wants to take out a tier 3. Kiseki, he is looking onward for any kind of potential opening against Niche, or even the backline. So Ponlo has to be very careful with his positioning. Vanilli is positioned at the right side of the map, which is where you want to be. Mana, meanwhile, taking out the barracks, as it does seem like they are able to outmaneuver Spirit Academy. At least so far, they did have to use the one split for it. They'll probably go for the second split as well. I mean, they can. They kind of have to. The Aegis is expiring in 1 minute. So, I mean, it's now or never. Taking out one singular tier 3, or rather 2 tier 3s, is not worth it. Or, it is obviously worth it. It's just not good enough for the Aegis. Alchemist stun is not really going to result in much. I wonder, this should be a scepter for the Lich. Even if he's buying his own, he can always have this gold refunded once the Alchemist gives him the scepter. Meanwhile, Ponlo is looking onward toward the Scythe of Ice, while Spirit Academy go for a group up play with that Smoke of Deceit. Thunder God's Wrath comes out, so they know where Manam is. They want to make a play towards the Alchemist, and they will burst him down. Nefrit is able to activate his Primal Split, but he can't take out Kai. Maybe with the Chain Frost coming in, that's going to be possible, but Kai has the BKB available. Nefrit hasn't been able to get it done. It'll be up to Niche, who will be able to snipe away the support. Kaneki, his BKB is no longer, and Kai is pretty vulnerable here. Ember Spirit chasing in after Kai with the Searing Chains. This should be possible. BKB has been activated and another Primal Split comes out. They've sent the Swen up into the air. Kyford is now on a dieback, but the Largo makes his way out. And Nefrit. Oh, Nish, he jumped in. No God Strength available means he'll... Oh, he can't make his way out. He doesn't have a Remnant. Even Ponlo is gonna lose his life. Hilbers is bashing their heads against a concrete wall and wondering why it's not working out. You dive in with an Ember Spear. That is absurd. That is... You know, to the person who just recently, there is a stream delay, of course, but someone asked what was Zeus's plan. My question to you is, what do you think the Ember's plan there was? Because I, quite frankly, am lost for words. Sure, you know, you're looking for any kind of an opening to try and push Spirit Academy to the very edge. But if that's not happening, the solution is not to jump over the edge of the cliff yourself. That very much does give Spirit Academy a new lease on life. Now the thing is, the problem is, both of these two high grounds are nearly impossible to penetrate. Oh, they want to make a play towards Kiseki! He will be safe though, activates his God Strength, and Manam will realize this is a fight he cannot win! He will still be able to make it back to his own high ground as the God Strength will wear off, but they have enough vision with this Observer Ward on this cliff that they're pretty much safe playing around it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And as it turns out, this could be anyone's game. The only problem is the momentum is in favor of Ilbers, and so I would say the rite of passage is with Ilbers. They're the ones who are going to constantly apply pressure on the high ground, but then you need to be careful not to get wiped out with that buyback, because otherwise, Spirit Academy, they don't need as much time compared to Ilbers to take away these objectives, to take away the barracks. In fact, Spirit Academy could actually take out your throne without going for your tier 2s or your other barracks. There is plenty of damage available on the Swen, and as soon as he makes that swift link, that damage is about to accelerate past a point where you might not have enough time to even think about what you need to do. Roshan back up in about 20 seconds. As Kai, his smoke is going to break. Vanilli is going to get caught, but he has a BKB of his own. Kiseki is stunned down. He does not have a BKB, but the Terrorize coming in from Idar, it will give him the space. Kiseki activates his Satanic and just heals back up. And the side of Ilbers, they have to get back, but maybe they can outmaneuver the Swen as they turn their attention towards Kai, at least the Alchemist. Idar has gone down. They are able to play around each other. No more BKB up for Kiseki as he is in big trouble. Nefrit has another split available and Kiseki will be going down. They finally deal with a big bad Swen, and without their carry, Spirit Academy, they just have to tugtails and run. 86 is able to outmaneuver Ponlo and will be able to make his way back. Idar, not so lucky. That's a dieback on the Willow. And as it turns out, the side of Ilbers will want to make a play towards the tier 3s, or rather the barracks. Again, does this Aegis change anything? I don't think so. But the thing is, two of the heroes on Spirit Academy don't have a buyback. So if you're able to snipe out the backlines, then you'll be left with the 3 cores, which you can deal with. You just need to force out the BKB. So that should probably be their game plan. If you're Spirit Academy, how do you take a fight? Quite frankly, waiting for Ilbers to make a move is not the right approach. You need to be the ones to jump first. You need to be the ones to shoot first. you need to be Han Solo in that tavern or bar, whichever it was, space bar, space tavern. They will lose their first lane of barracks as Ilbers readjust themselves in this game. Swen will respawn, and maybe Manam has to go back, but he has the chemical raids. He took out this barracks without it.
has fallen.
Primal's split is going to be coming off of cooldown, but they may wait for the 60 seconds that they need for the double split.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
A tool to teach.
33,000 of a lead does not mean anything, as all it takes is one simple misplay for the Swen to take you out. But for the moment, the Swen is up into the air, as Nefrit uses his split to try and take out the barracks. The mid lane barracks has already fallen, so it seems like they are able to split. Kiseki runs out of patience, wants to make a play towards Manam, who is force stuffed away, so he'll heal back up. They haven't been able to deal with that. Kiseki, his god strength will wear off eventually. He needs to try and find a target, but they're just kiting him around. No more Willow available as yet another split comes out. The Brewmaster Nefri will take away your barracks. Sends the Swen up into the air as Mega Creeps will be acquired. Ilvers find a game plan which doesn't involve fighting at all. They find themselves with a plan to just win the Mentals game. You know, they deal emotional damage. As Manam, he has that Aegis, he has that second life. There is no BKB, or rather no God Strength available. Kiseki has to fend them with just his normal basic attacks. It is enough to take out Manam. Now the Ember Spirit is in a bit of trouble. Whiplash comes in. Niche will fall to the second Thunder God's Wrath as even when Nilly goes down. He's on a dieback. Kai trying to run after Ponlo is disabling his Blink Dagger, and it should be able to take him out. 4 heroes from the Radiant side fall, but Mega Creeps have been acquired. The lanes are all pushed in from the Radiant side, so how exactly are Spirit Academy supposed to push all the way to Ilber's base? That is the question that they will have to solve after Guyford comes back. And Guyford is back. But are they getting closer to figuring out the answer? Go call has been sounded out.
will
Я даже не
put
буду
it
никак
to
на
the
это реагировать.
swift.
I wonder if these are the Largo's kids or they're his fanfare. Like, what are these? What are the mini frogs just running around them? 52 minutes into the game and 60-minute power, 60-minute neutral item power spikes. They usually favor the team that has an objective advantage. It favors a team that has managed to box the other side in, and that happens to be Ilbers right now. So if the 60-minute mark comes out, Ilbers are going to be stronger. All the meanwhile, Kiseki is able to take down a tier 1 tower 52 minutes into the game. You know, that should tell you all you need to know.
Oh, killer harmony! Let's approach.
It is insanely impressive how Kai's score is 4-1 and 16. How 54 minutes in, Kai has only died once. That is an insane. That is why I mentioned Spirit Academy have one of the best Largos in Europe, in the tier 2 circuit. You can tell why. Like, how has this Largo not died? Do we even remember him dying the one time, or is this a lie? No, I will pretend it's a lie. He has not died a single time. Now, there is a way out. It's hard, of course. I mean, none of these Dota games are easy at the European Pro League, but it's possible. Refresher on the Swen could certainly help boost his ability to fight twice, right? 14-second BKB, around, I would say, 60 seconds of the God Strength. Definitely quite a boon to his existing utility in the fight itself. But the same can be said for a lot of the items that, or rather, a lot of the heroes that the other side has. Refresher up for Niche. Wanili, he went for the Chain Frost on Death. I do wonder, a lot of pro players, they are conflicted on this because a lot of them go for the Frost Shield charges. Some of them go for the Chain Frost. It's one or the other, I would actually say. Lincoln Spheres all around. Wanili has no buyback. He will be the first one to fall. Kiseki activates his BKB. Nefrid, he might just lose his Primal Splits. He might just lose his Rulings. Kiseki, his first, or rather, he doesn't have a refresher right now. His BKB has ran out. However, they're able to fight back hard. Able to take out Manum as the Mortimers come flying in towards their own high ground, but they've been able to fight back. It is the side of Ilbers that have to now get back as the Ember Spirit is stunned down. Niche has no remnant available. Apollo will be able to sacrifice his own life and make sure Niche is able to make it out. An impenetrable defense as 3,000 damage by the Zeus, 7,000 damage overall in the team fight, all with just pressing a few buttons. Both in the metaphorical and in the literal sense. As every time you play against a Zeus that just presses the Thunder God's Wrath, Refresher presses the Thunder God's Wrath again, you're left scratching your head at why is that a thing? Why is that hero even present in Dota? You feel like Kratos again, but not in God of War 3. You feel like Kratos in God of War 2 at the start of God of War 2. You know, when he just brutalizes you and leaves you for dead.
Radiant
Roshan is going to fall. Aegis, Cheese, Banner, Refresher Shard. Oh no, the Ember Spirit. He jumps in. Roshan has not fallen. Niche, he hasn't been able to secure the Aegis as it is in the hands of the Swen, but he'll lose it immediately. He has that Refresher Shard, so he'll be able to activate his God Strength once more. Mortimer's flying in as the box comes out from Kyford. Is it going to be enough as Iseki will go down? He does have a buyback though. In the end, everyone has a buyback apart from the Willow. And they might actually be forced to use it as Kai goes down as well. Cheese was picked up by the Lich. Did they grab anything else? Turns out no. Their plan right now is to bait Ilbers in and then take them out. Kiseki is going to buy back. Oh, they'll be able to take out Niche. He does have a buyback, could come back immediately if they want to look for an opening while the Willow is down, but it's very risky. However, it's even more riskier not to go for the buyback. Like, how do you plan on ending this game? It just seems like it's, we're heading to the point of no return, where we will be here eternally. I feel like I'm in Davy Jones' locker, or David Jones' locker, someone's locker. Right, in from Pirates of the Caribbean, if you guys remember, or SpongeBob, since there was a bit of a crossover there too. Apparently, there's a SpongeBob game which is like one of those From Software Souls-like games, which is a very interesting concept. It's not exactly a SpongeBob game, but you're a crab underneath the sea, and it's a Souls-like game, so it's just as hard. But it's weird seeing the animation style and stuff, but. 60-minute mark is there, so we should have the neutral items come out. They're still farming up for them. They have about 70 whole minutes. Or rather, sorry, 7 whole minutes in which they need to find and take out the buybacks. Level 26 up for Ponlo. He has a refresher. Everyone is packing in a refresher. Even the Lich is about to end up with a refresher. So once... How many Mortimers is that? 32 Mortimers. Each dealing about 360 damage. I can't even begin to do that math. Is that around 10,000 damage? That is, isn't it? Now, of course, he's not going to land each and every single one. But even if he lands like a quarter of those, that's still around 2,500 magical damage. Willow doesn't even have that much HP. Neither does, a lot of these heroes. Ironically, if it's just up to Pondo, he uses his Mortimers alongside that refresher. He can team wipe the other side. Now that's never going to happen the same way as I'm saying it, because we're talking about rank 100 players here. We're talking about 2 established rosters and teams. But it's just interesting how theoretically that's possible. Who do you think is going to take this game, guys? Let me know in the comment section. As the way that I'm seeing it, I see 2 teams that are very confused for different reasons. But there is less confusion on the Radiant side because of the fact that they know 4 of the heroes on the Dire side don't have a buyback. 86 is the only one that possesses one. And he's playing the silencer, right? He just needs to sit inside of his fountain. He doesn't really need to leave his base. Well, it's not as if they can leave their base. Ooh, Deathbeat will jump in. BKB instantly activated by the Zeus. As the Primal Split comes out, he will send his Brewlings towards the tier 4s. Meanwhile, it is a side attempt. They haven't been able to take out anyone. It is Kiseki, who will be able to fight back. Remember, he has no refresher. Kiseki needs to be protected. Manam is going to get hexed down, but Kiseki will go down. Alongside Kuiper, they've lost their carry. They will lose their Zeus. 86 will buy back into the game, but how do you come up with the necessary damage to push back Ilbers now? Your throne is exposed, and they will be going all in. Another Primal Split comes out as the fight has been entirely divided, but make no mistake about it, it is the side of Spirit Academy who are outnumbered and outmaneuvered. Kai trying to hold and create a buffer near that throne as the buybacks are going to be coming out. 86 will lose his life as well. Idor will be going down, and that should be it. 86 will call GG at the 64-minute mark. Spirit Academy held on for so darn long. They made sure that Ilbers had to sweat, had to work really hard for that win, but in the end, they weren't able to hold them off for long enough. Ilbers Esports should have had an easier win considering how the early game was going, how many objectives they were able to get. So the fact that Spirit Academy were able to hold them off for this long means that we have a very interesting series on our hands, or a very quick series if Spirit Academy's morale is going to be broken at the back of this loss. It shouldn't, though. Spirit Academy, they have an insane organizational support going by their side. So I would imagine that for a team like them, they should be coming back even stronger for game number 2. Let's see what the case will be as we head for a short break. But we will be back for the European Pro League season number 38, the Lost Series 4 tonight, right after a short break.